I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I am David Sponheim, and this is Truth Tuesday, where we break out the truth. The whole truth and nothing but the truth. Yeah. The truth is, our country cannot possibly agree on a simple plan to get a budget passed. The truth is, the Democrats spend way too much on our government. The truth is, Donald is way too unfriendly to the Democrats. And the truth is, the Russians did influence our election, and they are influencing Donald Trump. That's the truth. We are also aware of a lot of other things that are happening that the Democrats, Republicans don't talk about, like chemtrails being dumped out of planes in our air, poisoning our skies, while they claim that somehow we're to blame for global climate change. Very weird stuff happening in this day and age. 34,000 LA teachers are watching to show appreciation of my wisdom. The major problem with the teacher strike, the average salary for most California teachers is $79,500. Now, janitors don't get that price. People that are helping teachers don't get that, but $79,500 to manage 50 students in a classroom is still pretty good pay, but they still want more. And they claim that they want to shrink the size of the classrooms, but in reviewing what they're requesting of the union requests, it's not about shrinking the size of the classrooms. It's about passing the power to the union. Controlling education is now in the union's hands? I just don't get it. I would hope that the 34,000 LA teachers and related employees would be humble right now and receive whatever they get and say thank you and get back to the work of teaching, because the longer you wait, the more you're going to have to teach into the summer, and no one wants to be teaching in 104-degree weather, because it looks like California is going to have another hot spell this summer. So the more you sit there trying to ask for more money, and you've already got very high salaries as it is in California, the more likely you're not going to get it, and you're going to have to suffer. Sad. Public unions are bloated. No Democrat wants to go out on a limb and say that public unions are bad. I'm more than willing to say that there are problems with public unions. They're empowered by your tax dollars, and they feel it's their right to raise their rate. Somehow we give them money, they want more. It doesn't make any sense. Yet companies like Walmart they don't even have a private union. Obama never fought for a private union for Walmart. It's odd, isn't it? You know, I'm kind of down on public unions and up on private unions, especially when it gives people better salaries like a living wage. So I'm going to make some major moves when we offer the $400 a month plan. The group that's going to receive the most from this plan, $400 a month per U.S. adult citizen, anybody not collecting disability or Social Security wouldn't qualify for this, or would qualify for this. Anyone who collects Social Security and disability right now, they won't qualify for this. But if you don't collect anything right now, or if you have food stamps and it's barely enough, you'll be up to $400 per adult per month. Walmart will be the number one group that will cash a lot of that money. Walmart produces 38% of America's food in our refrigerator and our grocery shelves. 38% of our food is sold at Walmart. So that's a huge amount of money for EBT to be going out to Walmart. So I'm going to stipulate that if Walmart wants to continue remaining an EBT SNAP recipient, they're going to have to make some big moves. Either create a private union for all their employees, or up their salary to $15 per minimum wage. That's how to work the muscle of something as powerful as this. Now, this is designed to help average Americans, people who are on the street right now. There are 35% of our veterans are homeless without any money at all. This will give them at least $400 a month to start. If you get SSI, you won't qualify for the $400. Yep, you'll have SSI. Yeah, you're already on the SSI system. That's going to be good. Oprah is not running for office until she actually becomes a bona fide candidate. I'll be glad to up it to $1,005 a month. But Oprah can't possibly be serious, because only a moron would say that they could offer $1,000 a month to people. But we can print up money left and right if we want. It only bankrupts our bottom line, and our dollar is weakened as a result of it. That's the downside of giving people all the money they want. Apparently, Oprah doesn't have the mental acumen to look deeply into this and realize it would push us deep into debt. But we'll make it happen. If she runs, I'll make it happen. Did you hear that kids are cursing out their teachers every day in class? They don't do math problems, but motion their crotch now to the teachers and flip off teachers. Yeah, I know. I have a solution to the teacher strike, but nobody wants to hear it. I don't even want to talk about it. So let's not go there. Let's hope the teacher strike is resolved soon. Well, $400 a month helps everybody. If you want to save it, put it into a home improvement, that'd be great. Home Depot would love it. If you want to pool it together with 4 other people and you'll have $1,600 a month, you might be able to get a studio apartment in LA. And all of you could sleep on cots. I mean, it's crazy out there, but seriously. But 400 is just the baseline. The concept is we give them 400 and that's the baseline plus. Plus is when you work for extra. We don't want to give you too much money, otherwise you'll sit on your ass like you're currently doing and watch video games and laugh. No. Anybody who gets Social Security or disability will not be able to draw another $400. Only people that don't get anything right now or get a small amount of EBT money will qualify. And anybody who doesn't get anything, like an American citizen. You have to prove you're an American citizen, though. Really? $90 for CBD hemp oil spray barely touched your severe shoulder pain? Wow, Deeker. Well, try emu oil. I understand emu oil has some very powerful and penetrating benefits. I would put the CBD oil on and then put the emu oil over it. And that'll push the emu oil in and push the CBD oil in deep into your body. Some oils are very penetrating. Emu oil is one of those oils. You need something that'll carry it into the center of your tissue where you're inflamed. Yeah. Yes, low drug costs would be great, Cool 800. 12 meds now, insulin, average $100 copay, 3 vials, have $1,200 dispay, minus around 500 meds per month, bought at utilities, you're broke, prying for the month to be over you. Cool 800 is putting out a lot of money because he's diabetic and he has 12 meds. An average of $100 copay times 3 vials, that's like a lot of money. You have $1,200 in disability plus minus around 500 meds per month. Where are you going to find a place to live for $600 or $700? Yeah. We did a story, a YouTube story last month on people living in cages in New York City for $10 a day. Many people who have that $790 or $800 a month that they're getting, you can see in New York, they're cramped in a tiny area. This is what $10 a day will get you in New York, in Chinatown. You ready for this? Get ready to be freaked out. Wow. Okay, I'm already freaked out. It's taking forever to load. All right, well, we'll get to it when it loads. Waiting. Okay, sorry. Well, they live in cages. Yeah. Cages. I'm not making this up. Yeah, apparently all these pictures have been taken off because nobody wants to admit where they're living. I just went to a site that doesn't have anything on it. All right. Life in a dog cage, Manhattan's secret tenement. Let's see if this is the one. And then I'll get to the main news. Life in a dog cage, Manhattan's secret tenement offers hell for $10 a night. Look at this. Wow. And he welcomes having a cage because he can lock up his stuff. Isn't this sad? It's the most pathetic situation anyone could be in. But this is all they can afford with their medication. That's it. Okay, thank you. A bikini climber freezes to death after a massive fall. Very tragic story. Very tragic indeed. Wow. Beautiful woman. The climb to social media fame can be deadly. A Taiwanese woman known as the Bikini Climber became the latest person to die while hunting for the perfect photo to post online. Gigi Wu, known on Facebook for posting sizzling semi-nude pictures atop boulders, was found frozen to death after a 65-foot fall. Mountaineer, 36 years old, was 8 days into a solo hike Saturday when she called a friend to say she tumbled down a ravine in central Taiwan's Yushan's mountain and was unable to move because of a leg injury. She managed to survive long enough to be able to get a message out to somebody that she was dying. Who doesn't love the ability to communicate, you know? Wow. That's sad. That's horrible. Thanks for sharing that story. Poor Gigi Wu, yeah. What about those other 3 mountain climbers that were getting that ultimate Instagram picture? The woman fell off the cliff, the 2 men went after her, and they went right over the cliff. 3 people dead as a result of wanting to be Instagram stars. Don't do it, folks. It's not worth it. I'm not into that. Yes, I do have an electric shaver, Victory for Cake. Yeah. In fact, I sometimes feature it in our show. It's pretty cool. We have I have a Remington electric razor from 1983 with a NiCad battery in it that is like new. When they first made NiCads, they built to last. And this NiCad still has the same ability to hold a charge it had in 1983. And I've been using it since then. It's not like I haven't been using this razor. It's amazing, isn't it? So they're the truth is they're making batteries to go obsolete. A lot of these batteries, lithium ions, don't last more than a year. It's ridiculous. They want us all to keep buying things. And then they want landfills to be filled up. They don't want to make durable products like that NiCad battery that I have. Plus, I have a lifetime supply of Track 2 razors as a backup. No, don't send me a picture of your selfie. Thank you. Did you hear that Donald Trump has a sex selfie? I think I've told you a couple nights in a row now. I don't have any information on that. The Boston bomber dude, you mean Dzhokhar Tsarnaev? He is still awaiting execution for something he didn't do. I'm so sorry to say that. Judy Clark didn't give him a decent defense. She failed to mention one of the key elements in his defense. That guy went into that Boston Marathon area carrying a backpack. He was also seen leaving carrying the same backpack. How could he have caused the bomb that allegedly killed 3 people? That man is being seriously ramrodded into the death chamber. That guy needs to be pardoned. The Oklahoma bomber never was executed. Timothy McVeigh, nobody ever saw his execution. The truth is, right around the time when his body started, revolting, or like everyone was asked to leave because he wouldn't die. So nobody saw him die. We don't know if Timothy McVeigh was a government shill that was put in there to pretend, they might have given him a new identity. We don't know. Okay, let's take a look. Senate leaders are planning to competing bills to end the shutdown. Isn't this the way America is? The Senate can't even get on the same page to do anything. Uh-oh. Bret Baier and his family were hospitalized after a bad car crash. They're going to be okay, though. Fox News' Bret Baier addresses the car accident. Wow. He was meant to appear on the Stephen Colbert show Tuesday night until Fox News anchor was involved in a major car crash while on vacation with his family in Montana. Bret Baier. Wow, we'll take a look at that in just a bit. But as far as the government shutdown is concerned, it's not going to take a lot to pull off stopping Trump. But it shows you how impotent, not important, but impotent our country is, and how they are unable to come to conclusions. If they could just get 2/3 of majority in the Senate and 2/3 majority in the House, they could overturn any veto by Donald Trump. We'd get the government running right now. I can't do the Snack Bastard this weekend. I'm sorry. I'm still working on whether it's going to be rice or chili. Nope. McVeigh didn't die by lethal injection. No. We never saw his body die. Nobody ever saw. No, there was no witness to Timothy McVeigh dying. Everyone was asked to leave. Look into the details of Timothy McVeigh's execution. You'll find out no one was there when he died. If you want to go deeper, and of course, a person like you would never ask questions. They found an extra leg in that bomb attack. They can't identify who it belonged to. And there was a third person of interest. Why do you want to stop Trump if you aspire to being his running mate? Well, yes, you asked me if Trump asked me to be his running mate in 2020, I would say yes, because I believe that I'm probably the only person who could save the nation if indeed he is run or controlled by the Russians. I'm only doing it to help the country. I believe Donald Trump is being compromised by the Russians right now with a sex selfie. I'm a very logical person, and I can tell you that the Concord Management and Consulting Group had countersued Mueller and asked for a list of all the items in their deposition, all the items that he had on Trump. And they got a whole list, and one of them in the Trump file was a sex selfie. That's what it says, sex selfie. That's a fact. They won't release it. Mueller says he won't release it because it's a national security risk. Well, you tell me what's a bigger risk, Russia having a sex selfie threatening our president, or all of us seeing his little mushroom? I think it's a greater risk for Russia to have a sex selfie threatening our president right now than for all of us to see his little mushroom. I care, and I know Donald cares. No one wants to have their penis revealed on camera, especially if it looks like a button or a mushroom, like Stormy Daniels said. All I'm saying is we'd be better off as a nation if we all got to see Donald Trump's mushroom. We move on. Yes, he has a penis. Move on. It was not erect, so what? I'm just telling you, we have a greater risk by that sex selfie being in Mueller's hands and in Russia's hands. I don't care what he looks like naked. That's the point. And I don't think he should worry about it either. He doesn't need anything holding him back right now. I don't have an answer to that question. I asked people in the room, does anyone want to see Donald Trump naked? And not one person except for Leonard said he did. I don't think anyone cares, but the fact is Donald cares. And nobody wants to see how their sex organ looked at on camera. I know I wouldn't want it. Yes, it's a sex selfie. Hello? It's in the list of items in Mueller's possession on the Trump file. Yes. Now, what's really weird is Dennis Hoyer says, sure, when asked if Trump can deliver the State of the Union address despite Pelosi's objections, he says, sure, go ahead. I don't care. I don't think it matters whether Donald Trump delivers the State of the Union. He's just going to be looking like he's high on something and, snorting the whole time. I don't know what he's doing. And how do you look like that with your face smiling? It's just crazy how he looks. So I don't care if it's a State of the Union address or not. It's the same thing he's been delivering. Who cares? And what's really weird is Trump is backing the students from Lincoln Memorial confrontation. Remember the people that, these young guys that were staring at the Native American? And well, it turns out this entire confrontation with the Native American was due to George Soros funding the guy to go there. We have pretty credible evidence that the guy is a native. He's not even, I don't even think he's Native American. I think he's Italian. And he's been doing all their cameos. He did a couple different marches. It's like he works for Soros. He's not even a Vietnam vet, I know. That's okay, Darth. You can watch Star Trek anytime you want. We allow Star Trek watchers here. But can you imagine backing these young men who made fun of the Native American? I just think Trump shouldn't take sides on this. It's all designed to divide us. No, a convection oven would be a waste of my time because, frankly, I don't have time to bake on a 45-minute show. Yeah, they were yelling at girls, too. They were just a bunch of young, rowdy guys harassing people, and they were harassing that Native American/Italian guy. We know the truth about Nancy Pelosi, and I don't blame Donald Trump for canceling her ticket on her Air Force trips. Nancy Pelosi charged the Air Force nearly $200,000 to fly her family around the globe. She is the biggest waste of money on earth, and this is the reason why our country can't come to a reckoning with the budget. This woman is all about herself, and she pretends like she's important. And what's really pathetic is she really is poised to be our president if indeed Donald Trump and Pence are found to be guilty of colluding with Russia. That's the scary part. We could go from bad to worse with her as president. She can't make a coherent statement without babbling.
First of all, stand with your feet together and close your eyes. You can then test light touch by touching.
You're actually saying that I'm this person in this particular show. You're saying I'm this person.
First, for example, their index finger and asking them to touch their nose, and then their middle finger. So you've tested light touch in the visual fields.
No, that's not me. And I'm not Nancy Pelosi either. At least I don't think I am. A series of documents obtained by Judicial Watch show precisely how much money Nancy Pelosi has spent on previous jaunts abroad. Well, no wonder she has $120 million in net worth. She doesn't have to pay for any flights. Look at that. 120 million, and you're telling me she's not corrupt? Hello. Yeah. She has 120 million in net worth. How do you get that working for 200,000 a year for 20 years? I do the math. That comes up with $4 million. How did she make the additional $116 million? It's called corruption, Democrats. Wake up. Your leaders are corrupt. Same with you, Republicans. My God, your leaders are really corrupt, too. When is America going to realize the two-party system is failing them? That's the big question. You see, I don't blame Donald Trump. I don't blame the Russians. I don't blame people who want to control our country. I blame the people of America for being so stupid to keep voting for the same stupid people. We're not making credible decisions because we're not given credible choices. We're not given the full detail as to how deep in debt these people have put us. The media hits us with fake controlled talking points like this rowdy encounter in D.C. where all we know now is about everything about the Covington Catholic schoolboys and the Native American allegedly we know everything about those two people, but we know nothing about Stephen Paddock. We still don't know why he allegedly shot 58 people, and we don't know why the Clark County Coroner's Office refused to reveal any death certificates or autopsy results. We have no information about 58 people dead from the Mandalay Bay shooting. But we know everything about what happened in the verbal confrontation in front of a bunch of cameras. I mean, do you really understand what's happening? This is a massive diversion. Trump wants to put a border fence together. Nice. That is a joke. The slap fencing behind the concertina wire alone, you could climb that up with rocks placed between the slats. And all you'd need is some tar paper to jettison over the concertina, and you'd be on your way to happy freedom. This is not a fence. I'm proposing a 1,000-mile fence for $1 billion made out of container walls. Essentially, containers stacked together and one layer embedded in the ground. Yeah, roughly 15, 16 feet high. Grease the sides down. Nobody can climb over that. Nobody can jam a rock in that. You can maybe pole vault over it if you're lucky, but then you'd have to get over the concertina wire we're going to put on top, which won't exactly be easy to get a toe hold over that and to catapult over it without getting ripped to shreds. Plus, we can electrify the concertina wire as well. Well, the kids showed the kids wanting for the bus and then being harassed by others and that Indian walking into the kid. Right. I think you're right. I think the Indian walked directly into the crowd because I think the Indian was told, the Native American or Italian guy was told that he has to do that to get his money from George Soros. That was a completely put on divisive encounter that was designed to go viral in the media and turn our nation into talking about that as opposed to Trump and the Russians. Okay, man has never been to the moon, and we have proof. All right, are we looking at cottage cheese or what? We'll go to the big scoop once the moon rises a little bit more. Okay, we'll go to the big scope once the moon rises a little bit more. Okay, Apollo moon landing project conducted by the U.S. National Aeronautics and Space Administration in the 1960s. The Apollo program was announced in May 1961, but the choice among competing techniques for scanning the moon's surface live, January 22nd, 2019. So they're looking for, this is a live event, they're looking for any sign that we were there. Okay. Well, I really don't have time for this, but thanks. I'm going to put it on pause until they actually, find something. No proof of humanity there at all, folks. Deeker, 75% of Democrats would consider voting for Ocasio-Cortez if you're old enough. That's not true. No, I don't believe that. The Axios survey, monkey poll, it actually has a group of communists in their list of people they call up. No. Polls lie. What was it? Michael Cohen just said he tried to buy a poll for Donald Trump during the election. Trump ordered him to buy a poll. And he ordered him to take out a website saying he was very attractive and women liked him. Isn't that funny? Donald Trump told Michael Cohen to take out a website talking about how women like him and are attracted to him. Well, if you had $120 million that you illicitly stole from various corporate donors, wouldn't you want a wall around your house, Wild Bob? These people in our government are veritable prostitutes. They'll work for a $5,000 donation. I had a friend of mine who worked in a corporate capacity, and he was a big sales manager for a big company. And I wouldn't doubt that, yeah. And this friend of mine was told by a person that you can buy and you can get anything you want done for $50,000. He'd met a former governor of a state, and I won't say which state, and the former governor said, you can get anything done for 50 grand. That's what he told me. I believe Justice Scalia was killed at Poindexter's ranch at Cibola Ranch.
That was a couple of years ago, so now it's up to 75.
Oh yeah, it's up to 70. That was old news. That was like 7 years ago. So I'm sure it's more like 100 grand to buy politicians now. Oh no, it's gone up. That was 10 years old. That information. Sarah knows. Okay, I'm going to pull my 1,000-mile fence down so it doesn't take up space here. But you know the deal is a container fence can be done for a 1,000-mile fence for $1 billion. They've got a live close-up of the moon right now, claiming that nobody's ever been there, and they're looking at all the locations where allegedly we landed. I'm just going to write Save Earth. I've got a live chat with 5,000 people in there. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I'm not gonna challenge your belief whether we land on the moon or not tonight. That's not my problem. Sarah's ready for the show. I'm gonna step out. Ask if this guy looks like me. Okay. Sarah, does this guy look like me?
A little tiny bit.
A tiny bit. He's a little bit thinner and lankier than me.
I do this with both eyes open, the patient staring at my face or at my nose, and you have to remind them to keep staring at your ugly face and to point at the fingers which move. Raised eyebrow, more wrinkles on that side. Then you...
His eyes are not as deep set as mine. He's more English than me. I'm more Norwegian.
It's a 3-minute neurological examination.
It's self-exam, yeah. Drug companies set $27 million lobbying record to control the price of drugs to the American people so that all of you get ripped off. Isn't that nice that they're spending so much money to lobby senators and congressmen so that you can get ripped off? Nice. Thanks. Washington Examiner. I'm sure the two-party system is going to keep that going. They simply do whatever the drug companies tell them to do. All right, Sarah's in the room, and I will be back in a little while. Thank you.
I've been there, chat room celebrity up to Ojai.
All right. Sarah, you look stunningly beautiful today. How about that?
I should have made myself some tea, but
I'll make you some tea.
it's okay. Thank you. I'm Still getting out over this little head cold. I don't know if you knew I had a head cold. You probably didn't, because I really kind of kicked into gear yesterday. It was a very slow one on like Thursday, Friday, or Friday, Saturday, but I was just feeling down those 2 days, and now it's definitely hit my speech one, so my voice box. So yeah, I'm a little under the weather, but I'm gonna forge forward at least for tomorrow, and then I'll see how I'm feeling after tomorrow. And all right, anyway, okay, let's look this up. Slow Modes has a vaccine agenda. I have heard about that chat room, celebrity. Measles in the US was a thing in the past until people stopped vaccinating their children. I usually don't use my sick days, actually, Jacket Pockets. I try not to. I will be using one because I have a doctor's appointment in like mid-March. I have to double check on that date, but yes, that's true. 201. You can all read the news. How about I don't read the news and I just sit and talk to you? Thank you, Deeker. Honey, lemon, and tea. Oh yeah, I have a mint tea bag, David. I carry them around in my pocket. You want to find good, accurate stats on the average cases of measles over the past few decades, and you don't trust the CDC. So who do you think we could trust? Since the CDC is in with the pharmaceutical industry. Slow Mode says the CDC is not allowed to make a profit from what they do. Are they allowed to moonlight? Yes, I know Slow Mode still believes in government. I tend to too. And I don't know where you can find let's see, besides the CDC, when the other places just quote the CDC. History of measles outbreaks. Thank you, Krauser. No, actually, what's nice is in my particular district, we have sick days and then we have personal days, and if you don't use your personal days, then you have 2 of them you can carry over to the next year, and then if you have other ones, then you can get a certain refund from that. And then sick days, you can actually bank them, so they actually carry over until, I think it's until you get a full year's worth of sick days, but that would take like a lot of time working to get a full year's. Well, yeah, you always say that, but I don't have any bleach in the house, misanthropy. Yeah. How about history of vaccines? Would that help? NVIC, National Vaccine Information something. Vaxopedia, WHO.int, World Health Organization. Do you trust the World Health Organization? What is Charks? Well, I'm asking, I was looking for you. Do you trust the World Health Organization? That's not what I want.
Okay, this is orange spice tea.
Okay, I did have some green tea in my pockets.
Okay, well, I made you orange
but
spice.
Orange spice is too good. Do you want these?
Yeah, I'll take whatever you got.
I
I'm going
have
to put it in the
another one.
package. Thank you.
No, generally we don't keep bleach in the house. You don't trust the World Health Organization? I can mime to you instead. David doesn't. No, neither David or I are bleach people. I'm not usually an orange spice person, but that's okay. You think David said he's either going to make rice or chili. You think he should make loaded tater skins. What do I think? Loaded tater skins sound delicious, but they're full of fat, so. Well, I think this is the last Lipton tea bag I have in the house. And it's not just, it's orange spice, not normal Lipton. As far as David making rice or chili, well, he said he was looking for his cans of beans to make chili, and I told him we use the last Y2K can that he had, so I don't know where any beans are currently. But then I said, why don't you look in that other storage place and maybe you can. I don't think I'm coming down with something. I think I already am down with something. The question is, when you're teaching though, it's like I'd rather teach than write sub plans. That's a good idea. Cut an onion in half and stick it in my socks. Yeah, I think you were right, Jack of Pockets. I think he put the beans in the super soup. I agree with you, Misanthropy. He always says, well, the World Health Organization doesn't have .gov at the end. It has .int. But like international. But I do think that's a good idea to wipe down all surfaces with bleach, but that's good. I think I wonder if I got sick from my composting. Quite possibly. I tend to agree with you, Slow Modes. But who do you trust? Do you trust measlenews.medical.net? The history of measles underwent a sea change in 1963 with the measles vaccine. That might be a good one. Or do you trust Wikipedia? Here's a good site. I'll look at this one. No, David did not. I think I was working with food scraps from children and compost, and I think that's what happened. Okay. Measles was described by Muhammad ibn Zachariah al-Razi, a Persian philosopher and physician in the 20th century AD, as a disease that is more dreaded than smallpox. He published a book entitled The Book of Smallpox and Measles. The Scottish physician Francis Home demonstrated in 1757 that measles was caused by an infectious agent present in the blood of patients. That in 1954, the virus that caused measles was isolated in Boston, Massachusetts, by Enders and Peebles. In 1963, they came out with a measles vaccine, and the number of measles cases dropped by 99%. The vaccine was first licensed in the U.S. in 1963. Before the vaccine, measles affected almost all the population at some point in their lives. 3 to 4 million cases, 450 deaths due to measles every year in the U.S. Every 2 or 3 years, there's an epidemic of the infection affecting millions. Approximately 50% of the population had measles by the time they were 6. 90% had the disease by the time they were 15. Between 1985 and 88, they found that many measles cases had occurred in children who had been vaccinated with the measles vaccine. These were children who only received 1 dose of the vaccine. So then they started recommending a second dose for children between 5 and 19. This increased the protection of children who did not develop immunity at the first dose. Okay, but then again, measles started coming back in the 90s. It soared between 89 and 91. Most of the cases were under 5. Kids under 5, 55,000, over 55,000 cases. Mostly with unvaccinated African American and Hispanic Americans. No, I did not hear what happened to Zhizhu Wu. That's a good idea. Hot water with lemon slices. That's a good idea. But what can I just do instead of lemon slice? Can I do lemon juice? I have a thing of lemon juice. I don't know how to play Shadow. Maybe I can play in the summer. Good point, Misanthropy. Yes, I do feel like that's enough. I don't know if I'm congested. Now it's just in my throat. Why would you wear a bikini when mountain climbing? Seriously. I don't remember Jenny McCarthy. Oh, interesting. So so scissor fight. Interesting. The federal government is swinging right, and New York is swinging left. Oh, was that Baywatch? Yeah. Okay. 90% of the cases that lost their lives in 1990 had not been vaccinated. 64 deaths reported in 1990, the largest number that had been seen in almost 20 years. No, I'm not enjoying the rain. It is very rainy out today. Well, I had this really horrible book. I might still have it. 270 called. It was something really euphemistic. It was like mother. Something about moms, but the entire book was about infanticide. The entire book. It was about infanticide in animal population, infanticide, and history of infanticide in human populations. It was weird because it was like on the reading list for a class that I took to become a teacher. Infanticide, basically killing infants. So sad. I know, Ghost, you keep saying that. Here, yeah, Spartans did, a lot of people did it. The worst is like stepfathers. There are outbreaks of measles in 93 and populations that refuse the vaccinations. Communities in Utah and Nevada, Christian Science schools in Missouri, Illinois. In March 2000, they felt that measles was no longer an epidemic and no longer endemic in the U.S. And due to a vaccination program by the Pan American Health Organization, it's very low in Latin America and the Caribbean as well. But I don't know about recent ones. Oh, interesting, misanthropy. Yeah, all these health specialists trying to push things. Yeah, I'm glad they've definitely tried cracking down on that, at least as far as opioids go. Fentanyl. There's this one huge case of like in Kentucky where they were basically the doctors were being encouraged to push fentanyl by the fentanyl producers. Oh, beautiful cat Fluffy. So Scissor Fight gave me a link that was about New York is going to legalize abortion up to the day of birth. But birth, I mean, they're going to remove the abortion from the state's criminal code
Oh,
with
okay.
the Reproductive Health Act in New York.
Oh, New York. New York's a very liberal state, yeah. Abortion shouldn't be on a criminal, yeah. The country's moving toward Roe v. Wade to remain, and the splinter groups want pro-life, and they seem to think they have a president who was elected fairly, even though he was given a freebie with Russia's help.
I agree with you, 457. David does have an amazing voice.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah, for giving me your time. You've got a cold, so take it easy. Warm that up if you want, or whatever.
I'm just going to slip it.
Stay warm. Appreciate your effort. She's so nice to come in here and give me the breaks that I need to do little things like heat up coffee and, make a bite to eat. And it really helps me. And this show is a nonstop effort at maintaining flow, communication. That's what politics is, sharing of ideas. And that's why we have a good venue here for you guys to talk about what's on your mind. Ironically, most things just keep going on normally as though nothing's wrong, because for the past 60 years, our country's been printing up money to finance its operation. That's the truth. So we aren't even, the taxes those of you pay go to the Treasury, which then goes to the World Bank to pay the interest on the debt that we have. That's not exactly a good way to run. I mean, you'd think we'd be bringing in the money from all of you and we'd be doling it out to the necessary areas to help the country operate. Pay as you go. I don't make her cast. She doesn't have to come in. I could play a video in this time period. She's kind enough to come in because she does actually work with a cold. So she does her job with a cold sometimes. Many teachers do. And especially with the teacher shortage in California, that nobody can take a break. They've got very few skeletons crew of substitutes helping 50 to 150 kids in a classroom. China launches an app that tells you if you're within 500 yards of someone in debt and encourages you to report them if they seem capable of paying up. That's hilarious. Big Brother really is trying to watch each other over in China. Apparently they never read George Orwell. Oh well.
So I'm going to tell you where this video is going. Let's do this. I'm probably going to offend somebody and get in trouble for it.
Okay.
But this is another, you guys guess what the hell I'm on about. Ready? Here it goes. Here it goes. Hey, hey, yeah.
Yeah, anybody can do that.
Come up with this stuff. It's cold outside.
You have a method of getting rid of cold, right, Misanthropy? You work through your cold. When you rest, you tend to stay sicker longer. That's interesting. Wow. Well, this guy, Nathan Phillips, Nathan Standard, a.k.a. Native American drummer dude, was not a Vietnam vet, according to this man, at Buds 131. So we've got 8 minutes of him we're going to bring you tonight. And I think I've heard the same thing, that the guy's not a Vietnam vet. He looks Italian to me. He doesn't look Native American. As you know, I look Native American because I have Algonquin heritage. And it bothers me when I see imposters out there pretending to be Native American. But more importantly, I thought that the young men, the MAGA men, were handling themselves in a way that was overtly trying to stop this guy. But then I find out that this guy walked right into the group of MAGA hat wearers. They didn't go around him. He walked right into them. So it was provocative on his part to walk right into them. And many people are saying that George Soros is behind the guy. And he's appeared at a couple different events, Native American events, involving George Soros-funded paid rioters. Somebody said the cure for cold is honey, lemon, cloves, and whiskey. All in glass. Interesting. I assume the cloves are broken up. I mean, those are pretty pungent things. How do you, like, mash them up or something? Because I get the honey and the lemon, but how do you put cloves in there? I can see steeping them in tea and then adding the cloves to the tea water. The Washington Post has issued another retraction falsely claiming that far-left Native American activist Nathan Phillips served in the Vietnam War. He didn't. But this lie was previously used to help raise money for a documentary about his life. The guy's a fraud. And I'm not blaming anybody. This entire event is more of a diversion, keeping our mind off of what's really happening. I think the sex selfie is the thing that hasn't gained any ground in the mainstream media, and I'm one of the few people even talking about it. Yeah, it's like nobody wants to talk about it. But we gather here every night, the left and the right, to hang out and discuss things. Try to put a smile on everything. Put a happy face on what we can, because obviously you can't put a happy face on everything. Whew, that's what we do. Hang right down the middle. Thanks for sharing, Howie. Who cares? Hang right down the middle. Oh yeah, we are in the middle. That's right. I thought you were saying, how's it hanging, buddy?
Call from.
I'm sorry, we can't take your calls unless you use your voice. Use your words. Donald, if you're listening, use your words. Ask Nancy Pelosi if she would just be nice and do this one time only. Tell her you'll make it up to her. Give her a date or something. Does Nancy want a date? Isn't she like a happily married woman? You need to have schizophrenic levels of paranoia in order to have privacy in this world. That's pretty funny. I wouldn't recommend becoming schizophrenic, but paranoia will destroy you. Yeah, you don't want to go there. She likes a manly man like Donald. Do you think Nancy and Donald would broach their marriage rights and make out, kind of French kiss at all? Oh, Nancy, come over here. I want to be with you. I think the two of them are like bucking heads. It's a sad reality that Nancy and Charles think that they're somehow superstars and that their party won because everyone loves amnesty and, oh, everyone wants cap and trade legislation. We definitely want to all be taxed more. And of course, who doesn't want, an endless free pass for the Clintons so that they can do whatever they want? I mean, where does the Democratic Party get off thinking that we voted for them in the House because we wanted them to stop the government? We also voted, many of you, liked the idea I came up with, the 1,000-mile fence. And when Donald brought it up and said, oh, I'm going to build a 1,000-mile wall. And then somebody said, who's going to pay for it? Mexico is going to pay for it. We all knew he was a complete idiot. But we still think the fence is a very valid idea, I think. And I hope that Nancy realizes to get him the $5.7 billion he wants, and let's get this thing rolling. Because right now, Nancy, it's on you. Up until the 25th, if he doesn't make a move by the 25th, it's now on Donald, in my opinion. Right now, it's on Nancy and Schumer. The 25th is a critical time because it's when we need to get the money in there in order to make the payments out for our food stamps. Otherwise, we will have riots in the street. There'll be massive gatherings, mobs, looting. Yeah, people don't like to go hungry. I wouldn't doubt that T. Rucker is working within the Trump administration. I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah. It's a concerted effort to censor me. T. Rucker faked his death. We know that. And he probably is schmoozing his way up to the top. Doesn't even matter to me. We're fighting evil here. These people think they can cheat in order to win. They can stop me by censoring me or paying Mark to shut us down and limit people into the chat room to only the ones that hung out at T. Rucker's room for, a year or two. Yeah. And I even believe Mark hired T. Rucker originally as a targeted way of stopping us to pay off the Russians, to give them what they needed. I think that at one point Mark had to hire a team, a kind of a squad of people that could take our show away. And that didn't work either because our show's that good. It's amazing to me how they tried to duplicate our style and they failed miserably. Anyway, let's get back into the news. There's some stories you just don't want to read, and those are the ones that are kind of like tedious to look at. But FBI agents detailed damage to counter-terror MS-13 probes in anonymous report. It's like, do I really need to read this?
We are getting some new details
She'll
from
read
the
it.
FBI on the serious effects the shutdown is having on national security.
Fund the FBI now. The failure to fund the FBI is making it more difficult for us to do our jobs, to protect the people of our country from criminals and terrorists. This is not about politics or partisanship. As I have said, special agents are working and are committed to protecting our country, but we need funding to do our work.
The FBI Agents Association says several operations are at risk, including crimes against children and sex trafficking, drug and gang crimes,
Like that wasn't a problem when the FBI was doing their job. They have not done their job properly. Look at Chris Cornell and his death. Everybody's still weirded out by Chris Cornell's death. Can you imagine? He had 9 broken ribs. The FBI didn't investigate that at all. Or Chester Bennington, his close friend, a month later, allegedly suicided the day he was seen on camera laughing and having fun with his children. No, the FBI has an obligation to investigate any local investigation, crime investigation, as a double check. And if that's not being done, it should be done right now. They're not doing their job at all. They're a joke. It's not the Federal Bureau of Investigation, it's the Federal Bureau of Intimidation. No. There needs to be oversight at every level. That is not proper. Local investigations are not adequate with such an important case as Chris Cornell. Look what a local investigation got us with the death of Kurt Cobain. Even the chief of police at that time now says that they should reopen the case and there's foul play involved. What about the Natalie Wood and disaster with Robert Wagner and Christopher Walken? How are you going to pay? Where are you going to go when you get what you got? But no, seriously, Christopher Walken is already lawyered up. He's ready to go. But you notice there's no FBI investigation there either. It's unbelievable how completely bereft they are of their duty. Beyond belief. They blew it up totally when Waco was a disaster of maximum proportion. ATF was FBI blew it, the whole thing. 77 people died at Waco. 77, 25 of them were children. It's worse than the Sandy Hook disaster in terms of the death toll. But how many people talk about the FBI and the ATF there? When are we going to have oversight over these lame duck idiots that collect a salary? It's unbelievable. They couldn't even return our phone call when we were swatted. So apparently the FBI doesn't want to respond to even local corruption charges. This is really sad, and it raises a huge specter of concern for our country's national security. You Republicans were right in pursuing Strzok and his manipulation of the Hillary Clinton files, culling 35,000 emails down to 3,500. That was ridiculous. And then saying that nothing had to do with Benghazi in him. Come on, she was Secretary of State. Come on, Strzok probably completely worked in her favor. So hats off to Republicans on that, but you got it wrong on Donald, because Donald really is working for Russia. Yeah, so it's serious when we've got agencies that don't do their jobs. There are core elements in our nation's security that are essential. If we want to build up our country's financial status, we certainly don't need a lame duck Federal Reserve that can no longer stimulate the economy and has proven to be relatively useless when dealing with this downturn in the economy right now with the Dow collapsing. Yeah. Yeah, that's the trick. This page is not available. I'm sorry. Okay, we're back here to kind of, hang out just for a second while I gather myself. And here we are again. There. Okay. So bringing home our troops and ending the Federal Reserve go hand in hand. Number one, the Federal Reserve is the arm and connection to the World Bank. Both of them are private concerns. Both of them really don't have anything to do with our government at all, except for the fact that they own us. Yes, what am I looking at? Okay. Yeah, ending the Fed is a Ron Paul idea, which I think his time is definitely ripe for us to talk about this. So since we are building a third party, and since we probably will be building the new future government that will withstand the test of time against all odds of corruption, we have a bigger target now, and that is resolving our internal problem without interference. Now, taking out loans has been the proper method in the past. Borrowing every year, our budget is $1 trillion over budget right now. Every single 6 months, Donald Trump is overspending by $500 billion. And we need at least $1 trillion in cuts. But to do that, we have to begin pulling back our interests overseas. Because remember, the war in Afghanistan and in Iraq has cost us $2 trillion or more. None of that money ever was recouped. So part of our losses are the war. So bringing our troops home will resolve a lot of that, because that money that they're making doesn't get spent overseas, it gets spent here at home. When they get their suits pressed here, it's not over in Abu Dhabi. They're actually having our local people handle it. When they spend money here, that goes in restaurants. So America needs the American money that we're spending on our troops. And we are spending quite a bit. We have 2 million people. I did the numbers in the military, and I couldn't believe it. We're overspending so much that the average salary is $130,000 for every military personnel in America. $130,000. I don't know anybody making $130,000, and I live in a Navy town. Now, there may be a few Top Gun guys out there making $130,000, but that's the average salary. So there's got to be a lot of money drained in payroll that if a good accountant looks at it, would probably say, oh my God, Dave, you got to see this. They've been sucking money left and right into management funds and paying people under the table. We have got so much unbelievable corruption in our government that the money is literally being sucked out like a siphon every time it's doled out. So this shutdown is healthy for our country. And I certainly hope that Donald gets his $5.7 billion by the 25th. But at the worst case scenario, I'll give him until the end of the month. But then right now it's on Nancy Pelosi and Charles Schumer, like I said. You agree with me on that one? Okay, good. Well, we are on the right track to cutting our budgeting. We can definitely save money in the military by being creative and not lose the defensive edge we need against our enemies. We can also downsize to more disposable options for defense, like unmanned aerial vehicles, micro air vehicles, manned air vehicles, like F-35s. I mean, we can still keep an order going if they want to trickle along. Lockheed can maintain their F-35 if they want to perfect it. But there's some flaws in the F-35, and I'd love to be able to, help them with that. The F-35 in and of itself is kind of a money drain, but it could still, have a viable solution for it that would be very, very effective in the event of a, military encounter with our enemy. There's a lot of uses for big jets that can fly fast, but does it maneuver better than the F-16? No. The truth is, it's lost in two key areas against our older jets. Air-to-air battles have been performed between the F-16 and F-35, and the F-35 failed in two critical areas. Plus, it's got issues. So Donald threw all that money into the F-35 the past 2 years. We didn't need to do that. That could have been rediverted to the fence. So that was a big mistake on his part. Plus, he waited 2 years to even get this fence off the ground. Although he has been developing it slowly, what he's put up are just slats. They're not anybody can pry their way through it with a crowbar. I mean, come on. Be real. The whole thing's a joke. Okay, check this out. This is going to freak out a lot of people. Arizona Republicans want to tax porn to pay for Trump's border wall. Are you serious? The bill was proposed by a homophobic ideologue and self-described porn addict. Okay, he's a porn addict who's also a homophobe. Wow. I guess that goes hand in hand, or does it go hand in genitals? Wow. Nice. A dwindling number of conservatives remain supportive of Trump's vanity wall along the country's southern border. But Republicans in Arizona, which shares its entire border with Mexico, are particularly enthusiastic about the prospect. And with the prospect of the wall being paid for by the federal government looking dim, lawmakers in the state have come up with an interesting workaround. State Rep Gail Griffin introduced a bill last week that seeks to raise $5.7 billion Trump is requesting for his wall by compelling residents to fork over $20 of their own money to the state coffers. How? By blocking porn sites on new computers and smartphones unless residents pony up. Wow. Did anybody get to this guy and tell him that most people don't actually pay for porn? Why would anyone pay for porn? Does anybody know? Let's talk about that. Have any of you paid for porn? Press 1. You're anonymous. Don't worry. We're not tracking your IP or anything. You pervert! Yeah. You have, Ace Spade? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You didn't know they had free porn out there? Wow. Poor guy. See, hardly anybody buys porn anymore. So what's this guy talking about? I don't understand. I mean, most people are downloading free porn. Lemon Wang wanted some real porn. Wow. So you're encountering one-on-one encounters with these women to kind of get you to the next step, huh, Lemon Wang? Or the guys, depending on what your persuasion is. Did any one of you pay for a cam girl? Press 1. That's the big thing they sell, right? Cam girls. DT Laura, you didn't pay for it. I know you didn't. All right. Wow. Okay. Okay, you are, hereby on notice that you cannot post crap over here. You're taking up my show. Writing crap about somebody who I have as a trusted supporter of this show and a big supporter of America's Third Party. So, I Love Fries, you're on eggs there. If you continue that. Thank you. Unbelievable. Yep. Thank you. Okay, we're up to speed now. I had to do a little social networking. Hey. What's your go-to porn site when Sarah's working today? I don't even go to porn on my my off time. I'm so consumed with saving the human race that I don't have time to touch myself. Most of the time during the day, I spend configuring ways in which we're going to survive on next to nothing. I've calculated a trajectory of mankind's evolution, and unfortunately, this is the best place to start. Mankind has done a very good job of creating burial grounds. Humankind has seemingly found a fast and efficient way to get to the burial ground. I believe that this could be a lose-lose situation for humankind. So I believe that we're going to have to do everything we can to prevent war and famine and pestilence. So I spend most of my time worried about humanity, whereas most of you are jerking off. No offense, but if you don't know that most of the free porn online is truly run by Ashkenazis, then you'll understand what's going on. The Ashkenazis that put this stuff out there are actually partly trying to lure you to websites by going to these porn sites that you go to. But what I've heard is that these people are actually It's a bigger play. They're actually trying to drain you of your precious bodily fluids. They're trying to destroy you, Mandrake. They're trying to rob you of your vital fluids. Have you ever seen Dr. Strangelove? It's a beautiful introduction. They talk about fluoride. The first time fluoride was mentioned ever, truly, in media, no one talked about fluoride in the water. But this nutcase general who looked like he was off his rocker, ready to send the missiles in all different directions, ready to finish off the human race. And he was this guy, and all he did was talk about your precious bodily fluids and the fluoride and how it affects it. But ironically, making that man into a nutcase, revealing the truth, because it's true. I mean, your precious bodily fluids are really important to your longevity, to the human race. Even you having a child and you jerking off all the time isn't going to help that. In fact, it cuts you back from your ability to go in the woodshed and work on something that you'll be proud of. Or set up some solar panels and start hooking up a battery system for your family in the time of survival. You see, Ashkenazis know that by making you jerk off all the time, you don't have the brains, the will, or the desire to actually advance yourself. You just become like Beavis and Butthead. yeah. We've already been programmed. And we've just become these useless eaters, like they call us. We didn't want that. We never wanted to be jerk-offs and masturbators and useless eaters. The human species wants to evolve. But by dumbing us down with fluoride in our water system, they've effectively taken our IQ point down as much as 20 points, according to one study. 7 to 20 points. Famed activist Erin Brockovich takes up fight for California wildfire victims. I'll take a look at that. That looks good. Things you don't know about living in a tiny home. You see, media is kind of geared in on people. Everyone's kind of looking at tiny homes as a viable way of living. This is the feel-good section of Google. Things you didn't know about living in a tiny home. And how plastic cleanup threatens the ocean's living islands. So now we can't even clean up the ocean. We'll threaten the living islands in the biosphere. I don't want to go there. It's too hard to handle thoughts like that. I want to clean up the ocean. I like what Boyan Slat's doing, but he's unfortunately not able to do it effectively. They only got a couple thousand pounds of plastic waste out of the water. But that's better than nothing. Okay, famed activist Erin Brockovich takes up fight for California wildfire victims. The utility PG&E says it will file for bankruptcy, unable to compensate wildfire victims. Yeah, well, that was expected. PG&E is underwritten by the Rothschilds. And they'll be very happy to know that they're going to get much higher rates once they get through bankruptcy. So you people who are paying $10, $20 for your electric bill in LA, good luck. It's going up. Oh, you're going to hit, you'll be paid for the infrastructure where they're going to do the fracking where all those people were burned to death. Not only did they not use eminent domain to take out those homes and offer them cash, they just incinerated them. Well, I hope Erin uncovers the directed energy weapons. Otherwise, this is kind of a waste of time. I agree. I agree with myself. I think Scissorfight would agree with me too. We need to get our government to admit there's something wrong. Something very wrong about those fires. And they won't even investigate it. We're talking 3,000 degree burning to a crisp. We're talking about every safe in the area melting down and not one single piece of gold left other than maybe some gold mining you can do underneath the safe. Honey, we're going to go gold mining out there in paradise. Honey, that's like a toxic waste zone. I know, there's all kinds of stuff melting in the ground. Just got to get past all the skeletons. I think close to 10,000 people died that day. Not 83 like they said. There's a real weird anomaly. They said 88 people died, with 568 missing. The next day, 88 people were still dead, 343 were missing. The next day, 83 people were dead, and 125 people were missing, and now it's still 125 people missing. Oh, yeah. Somehow 5 people miraculously came back to life. That's why I know that was a bogus death count. You want a bite? My vanilla flavored hair. David, would you go deer hunting if deer could shoot back? I would never go deer hunting. I watched a deer die. It's the saddest thing I've ever seen. I'd only deer hunt if I absolutely needed to eat, for real, and I had to be real hungry, and I have to take out all the rabbits in the area before I get to the deer. They are beautiful animals, and it sickens me to see people shooting them. Yeah, sickens me. I fish a lot. Yeah, I like to fish. I don't mind bashing a fish's head in the ground and eating it. No, I'm good with that. Okay, you only paid $3.50 to prove the Loch Ness Monster existed? Okay, Dave. Horror. New York set to legalize abortion up to birth. Yes. How is this a horror? I'm trying to figure this out. I don't support 2nd and 3rd trimester abortions. It's horrible. That's why it's a horror. Okay. I'd rather have 1st trimester abortions. So this is a big move by New York to counter what Trump and the Supreme Court is probably going to put together. If Ruth Bader Ginsburg doesn't make it through the hospital and they have to select somebody, you can rest assured that Donald's going to put some pro-life, beer-drinking alleged rapist as a Supreme Court nominee. And we're going to be looking at a stacked court to overturn Roe v. Wade. You know that's coming down. So I don't blame New York for stepping up, honestly. But seriously, that's a bit much. The womb will become an even less safe place for unborn babies in New York come Tuesday. They're going to legalize abortion up to birth and remove the fatal procedure from the state's criminal code altogether with the passing of the euphemistically named Reproductive Health Act. Well, that's a bit much. I got to tell you, that's over the top. I don't believe women should have 2nd and 3rd trimester abortions unless it's necessary. Unless the woman can't survive without it. Seriously, there's only, and I think it should be up to doctors' discretion. And for the law to be this criminal, though, it does beg the question, are we going to arrest doctors for doing this when a woman's life is at stake? Do we have to go to court every time we have to do this? I'm really not that offended by what they're doing in lieu of the move by the right to stack the courts. Now, I don't think it's right for our country to, it's supposed going to erase the current limitation on abortion in the state, which is set at 24 weeks. So that's kind of crazy, though, when you think about it. Why are we going in that direction, pro 2nd and 3rd trimesters? So I'm officially against what New York is doing. But I can see why they're doing it. It's a reaction to Trump and the right-wingers. We were all little baby fetuses at one time. None of us wanted to have forceps stuck in our heads and our brains bubble out. But there is a time in which a baby is this big, up to 20 weeks, in which their cerebrum has not developed and their pain centers are not able to receive pain. Now, I can't go back to 5 weeks old and say, hey, my pain centers don't exist, Dave. But the reality is the cerebrum has not developed. And the cerebellum has developed. And it is probably the only realistic assessment is that it's an atavistic response system only. A system like an arthropod has at that point. The soul of the child has not formed. The brain has not formed. Now you can say the soul starts at conception. I don't mind. A lot of astrologers believe that. Wherever the stars are when the gamete meets the other gamete to form the zygote. But the bottom line is the death of the child will also prevent crime. And I'm not saying this in a happy sense, but there are a lot of unwanted children that want to hurt people and pop people's heads like watermelons. And I don't know if we want a lot of criminals wandering our streets who can't find a job like they have in Gaza Strip. I'm serious. Ever since Roe v. Wade came into existence, the crime rate has dropped 45% in our country. That's huge. And that assessment is based on the simple fact that 65 million people weren't born into families that didn't want them. So I believe that at this point, a first trimester law is all we really should pen. And John Kasich put one together in Ohio. I was talking about it months before he even started talking about it. So I was leading on this issue, the first trimester law. But if they put it to pen, I think it should be 20 weeks. And that's a compromise with everybody's pro-life. But if pro-life tries to push their agenda now that Trump won illegally, wanting to install right-wingers in the Supreme Court, we have a serious problem here. We have a very serious problem. We can't possibly expect right-wingers to gain a complete upper hand because Russia cheated. Seriously. I think Donald Trump should be banned from appointing anyone to the Supreme Court. I think they should put instruments in place right now to prevent him from tweeting. I'm serious. I believe the government should act in small ways to cut his powers while we further assess a very corrupt relationship he has with Vladimir Putin. With us going forward, with him working for Putin at this point, how do we know Putin didn't order our government shut down? We don't. We don't know that at all. But I do know I need to get some music in here because it's getting a little bit dry. All right, here we go. Audio. Let's start this up. We're going to play Are You Ready?
On the left actually appears to have a noticeably different hairline than the one on the right.
That feels a little better, doesn't it, now that we got that out of the way? Because that was kind of a weird, I was like crunching down on all these problems. It's like, God, I got to get some music going here to kind of relax things. In 1994, the U.S. military actually considered building a gay bomb. No kidding. The idea of a gay bomb desired to debilitate the population. It's very interesting. Detract their opponents, but not necessarily kill them. Okay, happy birthday. It's not my birthday. Could be, though. You never know, but it's not. The hunt for the missing Julin. Sorry, just scrolled up. Oh, okay. I missed a few things during that time period. When Dave becomes president, we'll have feeding our families on $5 a week. No. $5 a day. Yeah. There's no way I could feed your family on $5 a week. But with current market value for products, we can still do that. Now, today I had a great idea. I would like to put together a mobile service unit like the one I was showing you. It's very similar to the mobile medical unit, except I call them mobile service units because they're hauled out units that could very well be used to provide hot showers and a clothing rack in the back for homeless people. Yeah. But the mobile medical unit is a unit fully stacked. It'll be like $5 million with portable x-ray equipment in it, all kinds of beneficial pilomatics for people that need basic meds to solve diabetes and other issues that are life-threatening. And also we'll sell medical marijuana out of the back because I'm going to legalize marijuana across the country. No, we're not going to use the blimp for this, but this is a unit that would cost roughly $2 million with the essentials for a service unit, $5 million for the medical package. $2 million would have washers and dryers on board with recycled water. We'd also have the ability for people to actually pick up new clothes. And, in the back, we'd have like a recycling center in the back. There would be portable mailboxes for people if somebody wanted an actual snail mail address, but we'd also be able to sign people up with a kiosk for an email address, which would give them the ability to vote. Because right now, homeless people can't vote. I know that sounds ridiculous. When we gave blacks the right to vote, women the right to vote, homeless people can't vote. That's the truth. If they don't have a residence, they can't vote right now. So we need to fix that. They don't even have a voice in their own life. Now, what I want to do is offer these homeless people outside the White House a chance to come in there and get cleaned up, be like a day spa, and then get a ticket to go through the buffet. We're going to have a homeless day for people who in the area we just bring homeless people in. Give them a day in the buffet. Granted, I won't necessarily bring out the lobster that day, but we're going to give them all free meals. That's what I want to do. Now, that's not some big thing. That's just to show that in the local area of D.C., I want to take at least 1/4 of my salary to help fund this, $100,000. That's really, I think, a noble gesture. But we have to give people a chance to even have an outdoor tent to eat in. Maybe we could feed more people. Maybe not bring them into the... Is something happening at Vaughn Live? Well, no, I mean, we don't need to teach people how to wash. You got to give people a little credit. Not everybody's 100%, but give homeless people a little credit. They're not all crazy. I've met quite a few homeless people in my time. And in case you didn't know, I took a vow of poverty when I was 18 and lived in the street in my van on the beach in Venice. I woke up to the beach roaring next to my window. It was great. Had a wonderful stereo system. Really wonderful. But I nearly got mugged a couple times too. It's not exactly safe. Yes, the marijuana will be sold. 1 and 3.5 gram units will be sold out of the back end of the mobile medical unit. These rapid response units will be providing relief of any kind, and I can't think of something better than 1 to 3 gram quantities. And we'll be able to make a little profit on that too. We're going to legalize recreational marijuana across the country so that everybody will be able to grow up to 6 plants for personal use per year. But if we see you have a growing operation you're not paying anybody for, we'll be a little suspicious. Now, there's a lot of growing operations. I just found out about one in Mendocino County. There is a place called Murder Mountain. There's a movie out called Murder Mountain. Have you heard about that? I want to see that because that's pretty insane. There are a bunch of people hiding their pot growing operation in California, and they murder people that get near it. Yeah, isn't that weird? Yeah, I can't wait to see that movie. Somebody told me about it last night. We saw the preview for it. I'd play it now, but you know YouTube, they'd monetize me immediately if I did. But let me see if I can show you a little of it. Yeah, California has not made their illegal marijuana grow operations go legal yet. They haven't been able to stop these people from growing illegally. And it's not something they're going to be able to do because the way that California set this up, California put a limit on the THC level of 20% THC. Robin Lynn disappeared. Never heard from her again. Yeah. Does anybody know about what happened to Robin Lynn? I haven't heard from her in about 4 months. Yeah, it was kind of a weird, strange thing that happened when she was helping us get started. The site that she helped us on completely collapsed on us, and I couldn't fix it. But she came in at a critical level to show people there were other ways of broadcasting. But she was an interesting person. I don't know what her deal was. No, you're just making that up. Well, I thought I had it here. Right. Murder Mountain. Doesn't seem to be in there in my lineup. All right, I'll have to look that up later. Anyway, it's about pot growers and California, and it's pretty dangerous. Let me see if I can just find it online here. Yeah, apparently it's a Netflix deal, so I'll have to look into it. Pot farmers drawn to isolated California wilderness dubbed Murder Mountain. The real story behind Murder Mountain. Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of people who are bad news who do this kind of thing. Where a scenic stretch of Northern California is where 60% of marijuana is grown in the United States is known as Murder Mountain. It's not the climate or soil that draws the farmers, but the isolation. Humboldt County has the highest rate of missing persons cases in the state, which is why it's become ground zero for danger, known as Murder Mountain. Wow. Illegal pot growers living off the grid with thousands of illegal farms all around the area. One grower says it's like the Wild West. He said, "I've been kidnapped, kicked down a flight of stairs, hunted ruthlessly through town," the grower said in the documentary. And Inside Edition came across marijuana growers willing to talk as long as they were not named. Yeah, one of the growers said the area can be dangerous if you're not local. The grower says she's known multiple people who have been murdered, a question another grower did not want to answer. See what I'm saying? Even with legalization, and they limited the THC level to 20, people are still, there's a very strong market for a strong weed above 20. So it's kind of a weird thing, but yeah, here, Robin Lynn posted our Spreaker show on the Robin Lynn Network, right? And quite a few plays in a few days. But I haven't heard from her. Yeah, very strange. She's an interesting person because she's working on all kinds of ways of getting people online, including religious people. Yeah. Interesting. And again, we do have the ability to be multicast across multiple networks. With people with high-speed modems that have, really fast speeds, could take our show and run it through a system like XSplit and broadcast to Twitch. Whereas we can't because Twitch IP banned me over there. Now, you may lose your account at Twitch, but it's still worth a shot. Sure. The reality is Twitch, I was a gamer on Twitch for a year, and I had about 7,500 views. I'm pro-choice. Yeah, I'm not pro-abortion. If I had a choice, I would rather women not have an abortion, but I'm not going to tell them that I'm God and I'm decided that they're murderers and they're going to go to hell. That's not my personal place. Christians that think they're God really have a problem, I think. Well, somebody said, "Are you gay?" And I said, "No," and I consider that sexual harassment. Even marijuana is endorsed by Arnold Schwarzenegger. That's not a drug, it's a leaf. Yeah. Many of you don't realize that Arnold supports this. And you should get behind it too. Many people don't understand that Arnold has been working very hard for many people to have a good time and to enjoy yourself. He's a bodybuilder and he knows how hard it is. Hasta la vista, baby. Hasta la vista, baby. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, people, big endorsements from Hollywood actors. So we do know that 74% of young people age 18 to 25 support recreational legalization. So the country is evolving. We're way past 2/3 majority supporting this. Thank you. Thank you, David. But the big drawback, and I think a lot of people are concerned about this, the big drawback is, will your kid become an amotivational, worthless sack of shit when he smokes pot or she smokes pot? The answer is twofold. Maybe this person fell into the trap of not knowing what's happening. This could be the effects of marijuana.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
No, I told you that unborn kids could be criminals. I didn't say they are criminals. That's a fact, Jack, that if we hadn't had Roe v. Wade and had abortions of unwanted children, we would have 45% higher crime. I don't know. I've been working on that shape for years, and it just... How's that? Is that good? I'm a facial contortionist. If anybody can do it, I can. Let's say. Anyway, nobody wants their kids to turn into a pothead. So I'm saying to people who have kids that are struggling, why not make them grow pot in the backyard when it becomes legal? Seriously. I mean, can you imagine that they could have their own licensed growing operation in your backyard and the kids will be so excited and motivated? Dad, look I grew like a half a pound this year. We're going to sell it at the local National Composting Center and make some serious cash. It might give people a purpose. I'm just saying, and then it might even spawn other things like growing tomatoes or something, you know, like eating something too. I'm just saying it's an alternative job for your autistic child who bumps his head against the wall wondering if he's, you know, ever going to have a life. He might like to grow things. And it might help with his autism. The studies have shown that children with autism, men with Parkinson, women with Parkinson's, people with epilepsy, all get relief from marijuana, cannabis, CBD oil. Isn't it amazing? I don't have to go too far to pull up factual, you know, factoids to look at. Like this older woman who's benefiting from a daily dose of a little bit of ganja.
Some good shit.
Yeah, anyway, but there are some people that really benefit. Like this young man who has epilepsy, and his seizure it completely disappears when his mom takes a roll-on of CBD, not psychoactive, mind you, CBD oil on his foot.
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. There you go.
He feels better. You see that? He instantly feels better. He instantly feels better. It's amazing. And this isn't the only case. There's countless examples of this. Yeah. So I don't want to go into scaring you about the dangers of marijuana like so many people do. I don't see it as a gateway drug. I see it as a solution that goes nowhere. People don't do heroin when they smoke pot. That's just not the next thing they do. Whereas back in the day, you were believing that with reefer madness and all these weird stories that we're talking about evil being performed by these... that kind of thing. We don't want to get you all freaked out with reefer madness. No, anyone who's into heroin is killing themselves. For you to even say that implies you tried it, which means you're a heroin addict.
Call from
Travis. Okay, is this Jason? Jason, is this you? All right, Travis, what's your question? Yeah. Oh man, you're kidding me. I didn't start the Periscope show? Wow. I thought I did. Wow, thanks for calling, man. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you, Travis. Later. Travis just reminded me he didn't have a preview. I had it going, but I hadn't set it up. Well, it's nice to know. There we go. Okay. You got a legitimate call from Travis. That's the second time he's done that for me. Thank you, Travis. Well, a lot going on here. January 22nd, 2019. And that's the way it is. I'm Walter Cronkite. And that's the way it is. January 22nd, 2019. All right. Let's roll. Okay, it's up and running now. Thank you. And let's turn on procams. Yeah, I think I was just overwhelmed with things going on. And I had to kind of deal with that. You've been using heroin for 14 years for pain? Wow. We got a regular heroin addict here. Are you hooked up to the, and you're not addicted? Oh, seriously, get off that. Are you on morphine or methadone or any type of bioderivative of heroin or opium? Are you doing fentanyl patches or, because he's serious. He's not addicted to heroin, but he's doing it for 14 years. Oh, you're on Percocet. So you take perks to augment your heroin addiction? Yeah, that's kind of like methadone. Methadone is synthetic heroin, much like fentanyl is. And fentanyl is dangerous. 65,000 people have died on fentanyl. It needs to be modified. I would even consider outlawing it. But I understand some people are really benefiting from fentanyl with pain, severe pain. So it's kind of a tough one to want to outlaw. And there's a whole industry built around it. But people are dying and its potential danger is toxic. You had fentanyl for 3 years. It's bad stuff, Dave. Well, then there's other alternatives. So that's what I would say if somebody said, oh, I can't go off my fentanyl, man. I would say there's other alternatives. I recommend you getting the perks that you're on, Percocets. Skype won't work. No, it never will. Where our followers don't want to use Skype, and second of all, there's whenever we go on Skype, there's a gang of stalkers that come at us, attacking us on a nightly basis. And I mean posting gay porn, all kinds of weird stuff. So I can't even go on Skype anymore. I'm going to have to find another network to go on. I'm thinking of reviving my Blog Talk radio show, in which I can actually do a full chat room and call in for 30 minutes. They'll give me 30 minutes. Imagine that. Which those people can't get in. But you could get 30 minutes of call-ins every night if we did that. And I'm thinking of doing that because I want to have a venue where people can call in other than the phone, which is fine. But okay, we have got part 4, IRS workers, okay, phony documents from illegal immigrants. Wow. We've been doing a series on immigrants getting away with all kinds of terrible things. They've been coming in through the resettlement program, refugee resettlement program of the UN. And Donald Trump, we did a video last night. Donald Trump has reduced the number of people coming in through the UN resettlement program, but it's still going on. 50,000 people a year, up to 300,000 are coming in through planes, like UPS planes, and land at night and are given social security numbers. And we have no idea whether these people are terrorists or anything. And it's a plan that's been kind of like a machine. You know how a machine puts out something, you don't know what it's putting out until you look at the big pile of crap? Like say a machine's malfunctioning. It starts to produce bad somethings. You find that big bad. There's a lot of machine problems with the machine we call immigration. And this UN resettlement program and the UN's presence in our government is very strong. We're going to have to literally extricate them from our country. Slowly. The UN has dug deep into our country and continues their resettlement program, even with Donald Trump trying to stop people coming in. I think you're addicted to Percocet, which is a derivative. Yeah. I think there's a lot of Vicodin addicts in this country and Percocet addicts. I think that you're getting benefit from the drug, though. So that's not such a bad thing. If you're able to manage that and your pain is being managed with it, I don't see the problem. And that's why I'm not really worried about people with heroin addictions that get methadone. It seems to help them, but it's just another addiction. Okay, this is to get me into an arms. I don't necessarily want to do this. I don't want to in any way sign on to accept illegal access to an arm. Yeah. No, this channel is not full of addicts. Well, although I am addicted to coffee, I will admit that. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to talk about the tampon. Yeah. That's not appropriate here. Well, Tylenol 3 has codeine in it, yeah. If you're going to wean yourself off a perk, go to Tylenol 3 with codeine, yeah. You know, all I know is I didn't libel the Catholic kids. No. I did not, no. I said that it was wrong to stand there in front of a Native American and stare him down. Now, I found out later the Native American walked right into their group. We didn't know that. Yeah, thank you. And I don't libel people. I really describe the situation. You know, in terms of how we can make it better. Because I know that a lot of Catholic boys are very desperately in need of help with that type of behavior problem. And since a lot of those Catholic boys don't even have guidance from their Pope, a lot of them may want to reconsider. You know, get some solid advice from maybe big brother, big sister, somebody like that they can mentor with. Nobody should walk up to an old Italian guy posing as a Native American, pretending to be doing a Native American song and accuse them of anything. So I think it's really a media event. That's what it was. It was all about diverting attention from Trump. Or perhaps Trump is diverting attention from other people. I don't know. It's up to you to decide, but it's really not my problem. We're here to unite the two parties. We're finding a center in the middle, right here. Well, if they had more guides than the Pope, that would be great. But they need somebody like Abraham Lincoln to be their guide. Young men, you should not be behaving like that. It is inappropriate to treat Native Americans like they're scoundrels. Show some more respect. We need something with, I think the best thing we can get right now is a person who can guide these young Catholic boys to a greater sense of appreciation for the Native Americans. And that would be me. I have Native American in me, and I am Mr. Right.
You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. Found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. Found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. Mr. Right, too good to be true.
All right, the timing is everything on that last one. I have to hit the button at the exact same time just to get it to drop out of the scene. All done in real time. All right, Native activist who harassed Catholic teens identified as an actor from the Skrillex video about attacking police. So he's a paid actor. The whole thing was put on by George Soros. And I'm sure that the young men who felt almost in a weird place with this guy walking up to them singing Native American hymns didn't really know what to do, and the cameras were in their face. I think I can understand how they didn't do anything abnormal. They were kind of chastising a young woman there that was walking by, but yeah, it looks more and more like this is a George Soros move to try to divide our country or take our mind off everything. This guy, yeah. The Native American radical activist Nathan Phillips, who confronted the MAGA hat-wearing Catholic teens at the March for Life, starred in a 2012 Skrillex video called Make It Bundem, in which Phillips does some spiritual warfare connected to a violent attack on a police officer. Phillips was identified as the star of the video in his speaker bio for tribal hemp and cannabis education and discussed the role in a 2017 interview. Do I really have to listen to this? Okay, maybe it'll go viral. Skrillex does some pretty good work. I'll play that later. I think the Native American point, I don't even know if he was Native American. He looks Italian to me. Yeah, it's crap. I'm not going to play it, no. Well, let's be clear. Let's be not clear. We've got a picture here of something that I have to talk about. I feel compelled. I feel it. I can sense the need to talk about this important subject. This looks like an orifice of some sort. I don't want to become a member. Okay. Let's get a better picture here. I'm having a problem getting a picture on this. One moment, please. All right. A selection of photos and videos that illustrate how Spanish society is gripped by the rescue mission of a toddler who fell down a 100-meter deep well more than a week ago. Wow, I didn't even know this was happening. For the past 9 days, Spaniards have been glued to their TV screens, shocked by the disappearance of 2-year-old Julian Rosello. believed to have fallen down a narrow, unmarked well, just 25 centimeters in diameter, but around 100 meters in depth. A complicated rescue mission that has lingered due to the nature of the terrain and fear of landslides has left the whole nation with hearts in their mouths, hoping young Julian will hold on just a little bit longer until rescue teams find him. Wow, there's support for the toddler's parents, Jose and Victoria, who tragically lost another child due to a heart condition. Oh my gosh, this is their last child. Oh no. Cover the hole. I don't see Julian there. Did they find Julian or not? I'm not sure. Oh, Julian, Julian. Yeah, okay. Well, that covers it. We talked about this in the pre-show. Drug companies have set $27.5 million lobbying record, trying to get us to pay higher medication costs. That's what drug companies do. They use their money to control legislation. Isn't that special? Yeah, $27.5 million in lobbying, all to get you to pay higher prices on life-saving medication. Bunch of scumbags. You scurrilous scumbags. And Brett Baier. Hi, Sarah. Brett Baier was the guy on Fox was in an accident. Let's take a look.
Hall of Fame. John, good to see you. Good to see you tonight. You know, I want to say accident message to every person that we're talking about is they're going to be in Montana, and
okay, he's just talking about it. But Brett Baier was meant to appear on Stephen Colbert Late Show, but didn't make it because he was in a major car crash while on vacation. Colbert revealed that the crash is on the show ahead of an interview. He had an interview with her. Oh my God. So hopefully Brett's message to everyone out there is they're going to be okay. Thank you for your thoughts and prayers for him and his family. And please wear your seatbelt. It makes a difference. So apparently he did, and the family survived. Brett Baier is that guy who... And here's a stylish bulletproof suit, Sarah. From Bespoke Bulletproof Suits.
$20,000.
Only $20,000, yeah. I saw it take gunfire directly. Yeah.
I haven't talked, so I don't realize that.
I know. You have to talk to yourself for a couple seconds. You want some hot tea too? Sarah's kind of give me a little break. I'm going to come back and keep doing the show, but apparently the injury to the coat was minor from a gunshot wound.
A client of ours who was shot, unfortunately, but still survived, and he's been requesting that we finish this suit in development to make an offer to him moving forward.
So he's I'll take one.
So apparently the suit can take gunfire. That's phenomenal. Yeah. All right. Thank you. I don't really think I can afford a $20,000 suit, but it's nice to know they happened. And the sad death toll of the people in Mexico has now reached 85. The people that are trying to get gas because they ran out of gas. And Obrador is dealing with this problem a gas shortage down in Mexico. So we really kind of do need a wall. And I don't know what's wrong with Nancy Pelosi and Charles Schumer that they don't understand that if Mexico has continued strife and people, are burning to death, trying to get a little gas, they're going to want to come over the border. I think we have to realize that's a huge threat to our national security. I can't believe that Donald Trump's message, which is my message, is not resonating among enough people in the Democratic Party. But it doesn't surprise me. Everybody's taken such an antagonistic view toward Donald Trump that it wouldn't surprise me that they would continue to take an antagonistic view toward Donald Trump. So he kind of blew it with the Democrats. He's not working any finesse moves to get this to happen. So we are ostensibly locked down as a government. Yeah, unfortunately. And Trump is proving that he doesn't want to move. And if this continues, I'm going to assume that Nancy Pelosi and Charles Schumer would rather our country shut down than fix it. So unfortunately, it's a bad statement for her and for him. But if Trump doesn't get resolution by the 30th and he doesn't capitulate and give in, then it's on Trump. And then I'm going to blame Trump. And I still believe that this could be a Russian plan to stop our government. There's enough evidence to suggest that Donald Trump is in collusion with Russia and has done a lot of things for Russia, including this possibility that a sex selfie is in play and he's being threatened to shut our country down. That's my theory, and I don't think it's that far off. Well, I don't know. I don't think a hot bath is good for somebody with a cold. I've been told that unless you got a warm room, that could be devastating. I mean, a really warm room. And you have to keep it warm at 80 degrees while you cool off. Master Meatball is in there working on his erector set. And Beautiful Cat Fluffy is in as our iVlog ProCam show continues. Nice. You got multiple stacks of mufflers out there. Nice. Multiple tailpipes. I'm not sure what you're making, but that, yeah, if your audio's up, I can hear you. But we're all curious. Are you making canisters of some sort? Cats are freeloaders, but don't you just love cats? Aren't cats so wonderful? All right, we don't know what he's making, but that's okay. We'll find out later. No, I think he's just making some, mufflers. Pringle cans. He's disarming Pringle cans. Oh, he's making candles. Oh, he's got a candle wax maker. Whoa. Isn't it amazing? Every time I want to link something, I can't find a link. He's making candles. Yeah. Okay, good job. He's a candle maker. He does a pretty good job business-wise, too, I understand. He has a big order. He just had a big order come in, so he has to work to make these candles. All right, well, good luck with that, Master Meatball. Yeah, good job. Master Meatball and the candle-making operation. Industrious Americans trying to build their future. Well, I'm open to anything you guys can do to make money. I'm telling young people who are MGTOWs, men who've gone their own way, or incels, involuntary celibates, I got a great idea for all of you. You'll get out of the house on the weekends, go do some garage sale popping. Get an eye for certain things. If you find any cameras, buy them. Under $15. Put them on eBay, and you can flip cameras pretty dang fast. And you can make upwards of 50, 60 bucks on a Minolta or a Nikon. I'm telling you, the industry's still ripe for you to do that. eBay has garage sale opportunities, yeah. And if you sell stuff on eBay, it's actually an excellent way to augment your porn addiction. Yeah. I don't think anybody takes PayPal on porn sites, though. Have you tried? Okay. Duh. People have internet, duh. Look, I practically was the first chatter on the internet. You're telling me that...
Actually, I think you're right. You're the first chatter on the internet.
I was the first chatter on the internet. Okay, Sarah's so kind to give me a little time here and take away from her rest. She's going to have a little tea and talk to you guys with just right to your mic so she can talk right here. And I will be back shortly. You can do garage sales, like the federal workers, Coast Guards are putting out garage sales this weekend. A lot of people are moving their jet skis, all the toys that they bought on credit. Yeah. I saw the movie called The Swimmer, yes. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be back with more fun stuff. Concordia has a video. What do you have? Marco Rubio on Donald Trump's small hands, small package. Trump's awful comeback.
You called him a con artist. You suggested he wet himself backstage at the last debate, along with other vulgar jokes and jabs. So what happened?
Yeah, you know, Brett, let me say something. This campaign for the last year, Donald Trump has basically mocked everybody with personal attacks. He's done so to people that are sitting on the stage today. He's done so about people that are disabled. He's done it about every other candidate in this race. So if there's anyone who's ever deserved to be attacked that way, it's been Donald Trump for the way he's treated people for the last campaign. Now, that said, I would much prefer to have a policy debate. I hope that's what we'll have here tonight. Let's have a policy debate. Let's talk about Donald Trump's strategy and my strategy and Ted's strategy and John Kasich's strategy when it comes to ISIS and on health care and on the important issues facing this country. But let's be honest, too, about all this. The media has given these personal attacks that Donald Trump has made an incredible amount of coverage. Let's start talking again about the issues that matter to this country. I'm ready to do that starting right here, right now, tonight.
Mr. Trump, your response? Well, I also happen to call him a lightweight, okay, and I have said that, so I would like to take that back. He's really not that much of a lightweight. And as far as, and I have to say this, he hit my hands. Nobody has ever hit my hands. I've never heard of this one. Look at those hands. Are they small hands? And he referred to my hands. If they're small, something else must be small. I guarantee you there's no problem. I guarantee it.
Well, that's not what Stormy Daniels has said, and I don't want to get into a conversation about this, but thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't want to talk about people like that. Okay, now I got to tell you, we got some tips here for you eBay people who want to start selling on eBay because I've inspired you. Yeah, Scissor Fight said vintage stereos sell really well, especially like the 1970s Sansui receivers and tape decks. Yeah, I had one of those. I gave it away to the thrift store. I'm one of those guys that you guys would love because you just get them at the thrift store. But yeah, that's a good one. And also Bell & Howell reel-to-reels. I had one of those. I sold that for $25 on eBay. I probably should have gotten more. Yeah, thank you for the... And fishing reels and old fishing gear sell well. Okay, even lures, believe it or not. So if you are out eBaying, garage sailing, and trying to pull up some stuff that you can sell and make money, because a lot of you are going to start to make money, especially if you're federal workers out of a job. Start doing that. I know. The Bell & Howell was I've given away stuff on eBay. I'll never forget the worst eBay thing I've ever done. A Conan Doyle original Sherlock Holmes. First edition. I'll never forget the guy saying, "Man, I can't believe I paid only $7 for that." I have no idea what it was worth. I was foolish. Yeah. I probably could have gotten 8. Okay, I'll see you later. Yeah, eBay is kind of a wash, but give it a shot, and if it doesn't work, try again. All right, thank you.
That sounds good. What exactly are you doing, Master Meatball? Well, you're too busy doing it to actually type about it. I can't tell. Is he putting together an old engine? Is he making something with hair rollers? Something circular, that's for sure. It's okay. David would do the show if he were sick, so... Oh, candles. Got it. Candles. Alright, I remember. You're the candle man. Sounds good. Alright. Between eBay and Amazon sales, you can make a good living. If you've got a, yeah, Amazon, that's true. You got to know how to sell on there. My name is Sarah, like Kelly's daughter. I don't know Kelly, so I don't know if that's where Sarah Bear got her name. But my name is Sarah. I don't know if anybody's ever named their child after me. I mean, Sarah is a pretty common name. No, I don't need a doctor, thank you. My friend was talking and I said, well, maybe if I don't feel if I don't feel better on Thursday, then I'll take a day off because I was out last Thursday for some reason. Where was I? I don't really remember. I was somewhere. Oh yes, I remember. I was watching others, teachers. Anyway, so if I'm out on Thursday, then I can just change the subplans I already wrote. Would be really easy to rewrite, just change just a few things, but the schedule's the same. Sarah, you are not common. You're the Pope. I'm not the Pope. I don't expect people to pray to me or anything like that. That's pretty cool, Master Meatball. You got your candles going. That's pretty neat. Wow, teaching people how to do that. And stealth mode is here. Is that really you, stealth mode? Are you really casting? It's in your, oops. You're in the dark enough. Oh, you got glasses now. Oh my gosh, glasses are amazing. It's like, it just makes you feel so much better about the world when you can see. It's like, it's amazing, isn't it? I remember when I first got my first glasses, it was just so great. I was like, can you see the definition on those leaves? And it was just, I'm nearsighted, so I could see the definition on the leaves if they're like this far in front of my face, but otherwise, not so much. Thanks, Anita. I'm sure I will get better. It's just gonna take some time. You see far? Great. Oh, okay. Now that you have the glasses, or before you would always see far, you're farsighted. Did someone die? Yes, sadly. Quite a few people that I've known have died this year. At least 2. Sure, more people have died than that, but 2 people I know fairly well died recently. Americans are hard workers, Piper. Hard workers. Is that like a Star Trek outfit you're wearing, stealth mode? Or is it just a jumpsuit? It looks kind of like Star Trek. It's a jacket, I get it. I like it. I have a thing about Star Trek. I grew up watching The Next Generation with my dad. And then, and it looks like that one more. And then I saw, like, then when I was like a young adult, I would watch all the Deep Space Voyager with the female captain. Love Star Trek, yeah, totally. Poor David. I think he saw the original Star Trek, but not all of them, some of them, because his parents weren't into it or something. He didn't get into it. I'm like, yes, I love Captain Janeway. Captain Janeway is like one of my heroes, yeah. I mean, it takes a lot to be a female captain. You are a young adult? Well, for another week and a day, maybe you can call me a young adult. Then I'll just be an adult. I'll be 41 then. 8 days, I think it's about 8 days to my birthday, something like that. A female captain in the Navy, tough but fair. Yeah, that's how I would assume most women leaders are. They feel like they have to be tough, maybe even tougher than they feel. They have to appear tough, but you gotta be fair. Maybe it was something you ate, fries. So are you taking the candles out of their, that's what you're doing. They're taking the candles out of their molds and you're trimming them up. My goodness. Master Meatball still making candles by hand. Where's my cat? My cat's sleeping on my bed. I got home and my cat was sleeping like where I normally sleep. Oh, I have lost all track of time. It's 2 weeks away. Yeah, I'm totally out of it. You're right. Thanks for keeping track, Misanthropy. So it's more like 15 days till my birthday. I think we do have capitalism and we'll keep capitalism. You're going to be 48 on the 23rd. Happy early birthday. Wait, not the 23rd, like tomorrow, the 23rd. Is it tomorrow or is it February 23rd? Tomorrow? Tomorrow's your birthday? Happy early birthday. My cat. Wow. That's awesome, Stealth Mode. Thanks for spending your birthday eve with me. And I'm glad you got new glasses for your birthday. I love my glasses. Love them. They're like my favorite glasses. Because I love the things David talked me into spending on my glasses. They're like probably the most expensive glasses I bought, but yeah, your glasses frame your face too. I like glasses that frame, that go, like my glasses, I purposely got them to go with my eyebrows. And all the other glasses that they had on display, they didn't look good. No, how he did it, I never have seen that. And I've never been... I sound better when I'm sick than I do normally. Okay. One, I've never seen a fellow teacher violate the law, to my knowledge. Master Meatball has his candle making down pat. It's like a factory machine there. Oh my goodness, Howie. I am so sorry that happened. I'm so glad, throw trash cans. Oh my goodness. I'm so glad that it's illegal for teachers in Washington State to do corporal punishment. I don't think that's the teacher's responsibility. That's completely up to parents. And even when I hear parents might do that, I get tense. And I mean, kids have enough just talking to them, most kids. It's better to have positive impact than that. Wait, tag class? What's tag class? Like playing tag in class? If someone bans you from the library from reading too much, they need to be put in the library and forced to read more. They banned you from the talented and gifted class because you were having too much fun. That's just wrong. Yeah, they don't call it tag anymore, talented and gifted. Now they call it highly capable. When I was in school, they did call it gifted. I was in the gifted program, but we didn't have our own class. We just had like 3 of us, 4 of us. We would just, I was highly capable or gifted. What I would do was I would just do all of my work. A teacher would put up like a checklist for me. I would do the entire checklist, and then my teacher would say, well, do you want to go help out in the cafeteria? And then I used to jacket pockets. Now I'm go down either lower. I know how that's possible, Howie, because if you're bored out of your mind, you're not necessarily going to do well in a regular class. The talented and gifted class is designed to challenge you in other ways. When you went to school, there was a standard expectation for kids. There still are. There are lots of standards for kids. And parents apply discipline. Yeah. Some parents do. Some parents don't have time, and some it's just a lot of... Discipline is different than anger. It should be like discipline is, this is what we need to do every single day. If you find their gifted education boring, then you would have to educate yourself, which is sometimes what I would do. I would have been better off in my life in general if I had skipped I think I would have been better off in my life in general if I had skipped 8th grade. And I should have skipped 8th grade. I really should have. Good night, Master Meatball. Why do I think I should have skipped 8th grade?
All right. You are done. You can take off.
I should have skipped 8th grade because when I was in 7th grade, I was in 8th grade math.
You should have skipped a grade.
I know.
Yeah.
And so I was in 8th grade math, and then the following year, all those kids that I was in class with, that I actually made friends with, they all went to the high school, and I was stuck behind, and it was like my entire peer group left.
Yeah.
And the reason that they didn't skip me is because they thought they thought that I wasn't. Well, they talked about skipping me in 6th grade into 8th grade or whatever, but they said they didn't want to have me skip a grade because I was not socially mature enough. But I really should have skipped a grade because my entire peer group was a year older than me.
Right.
And then I would always talk to adults rather than people my own age. And then my dad moved me around in the middle of my junior year, which would have been the middle of my senior year, and I would have said, just wait till I graduate.
Well, on the positive side, they may have been right because you hadn't developed socially. What happened is you have become a very successful person and pursued a very good, and no, I just want to say this. I skipped 7th grade. And I can't really say I'm a very successful person because I'm not drawing a salary like you are, but I feel successful in my own right. But at the same time, you really have done very well. And I think there's something to be said about, even though you sacrificed a great deal, but isn't that what you do now? I mean, to get a master's degree, you have to sacrifice a great deal. So you learn sacrifice. Isn't that interesting? I don't know. I'm just trying to put a positive glint on this.
I know. Everything happens in life for a reason. And I am very happy with my life right now.
Good.
But I even tell that to the highly capable people running the highly capable program right now. I say, you better watch those kids that if they're in 5th grade and they're taking 6th grade math, fortunately, the way our district work is they bring the highly capable kids together, so they're all up here and they move together.
Right.
So they have their friends, but
that makes sense.
For me, it was just.
It was devastating. I'm so sorry it happened. Yeah. It was a terrible thing. Now, I was completely severed from my friends 4 or 5 times, just like Sarah was in her childhood. I had family issues where my family moved from house to house, and I had to get new elementary schools to go to. And
But then I would have been stuck in Southern California, I bet, and that wouldn't have been a life.
Yeah. Believe me, I was stuck in California for 35 years, and I didn't want to be there. So moving up to Washington was really a big move, and I'm glad that you shared this, with me. I've been to LA recently. It was actually not bad. I was impressed with how LA has integrated so many different cultures, and it's working forward. LA is actually a pretty nice place considering how many different groups are melting together in the melting pot. No, you're not a girl. She was saying we should trust the CDC. I know. I think Slow Modes is a plant or just a really naive person, very gullible. When I say a plant, I mean a government plant. I don't mean, what kind of plant is that? Oh, it's a government plant. What is that? A flowering invasion of our privacy? Sarah, can you believe that put me in LD classes only to later find out you set the curve in most of your university classes? Wow, jacket pockets, yeah. And a lot of people were misdiagnosed as children. Not that they were children, but they were misdiagnosed as children. Many people who are very intelligent are often misdiagnosed as autistic or suffering from Asperger's disease, and then they stigmatize you, and yeah. But you really, you have a unique intelligence. I think everybody has a unique intelligence. I think even people who are downright stupid have a unique intelligence of some sort. I'm serious. I really believe that there are intelligences like kinetic intelligence, learning how to do dancing moves. Some people are really good at that. Take care, Piper Salem. These people believe all kinds of gossip. No, it's not true. You have a master's degree and you enjoy books. Good night. But I think people have unique intelligence in themselves. Most people find something really interesting, whatever it is. Something, maybe sports. I've known people that are just so clued in on everybody's sports stats. And I wonder, how can they hold all that info in their heads? Because they are interested. They really are into, learning more about sports. That takes a certain kind of intelligence, predicting games, outcomes. There are a lot of people that are involved in that online, actually. You can get into sports booking games and all kinds of things. You can gamble your life away. That takes a certain intelligence, too. But I think most of our intelligences can be turned against ourselves, and we can be self-destructive with our intelligence. You can overthink things. I know I felt that I was overthinking things in college. I encountered problems where I just kept thinking about the solution. I kept coming up with new ways in which I could answer the question. I would come up with 40 different permutations of one answer. That's not exactly the right way to take tests. The best way to take tests is to regurgitate the answer that you were given at the beginning of the class and be a good little robot. Be sure you are at the beginning of the class, otherwise you'll lose everything. A lot of universities are set up that they will write the answers to questions down at the first 5 minutes of the class, and you will get those test questions. And if you weren't there the first 5 minutes of the class, you're not going to do well. That's how a lot of professors gauge their ability to reach you. Well, there are a lot of people who are concerned about this group of Black Hebrew Israelite terrorists that have been noticed in various locations, like this recent Covington Catholic Church meeting with the alleged Native American / veteran who turned out to be not a Vietnam veteran. So a lot of people think that this conflict was started by the Black Hebrew Israelites terrorists. I don't even know who these people are, nor do I care. It's like a made-up name or something. Is this some new potential fringe group that the CIA concocted out of nowhere? There's so few people that want to actually have a revolt that I doubt seriously if anybody's really gathering together unless they're being paid by George Soros. We've featured many people who are, especially in the Republican and the Democratic Party, working for splinter groups that are just complete hocksters. I mean, you could even argue that the Tea Party itself was just a hockster group. Most of them were 501c4 nonprofits which avoided paying taxes and having oversight. Means they wanted to have a shielded income, and they ruled that there is no such thing as a Tea Party. Technically, they're not allowed to be a party because they're not even remotely meeting the FEC requirements, yet everyone thought the Tea Party was a third party. We've abided by all the FEC requirements, and they've been shut down right now. They're part of the group that's been shut down. I don't believe he was, but thank you. I don't have a high turnover with guests, no. Now, we get a lot of people coming in just to dabble in what we're doing here, and they're not really sure what this is about, and then they move on. Some people just want to talk about their personal problems, hygiene, what they do for genital warts, things like that. We don't usually touch down on those subjects. But if you'd like, we could talk about what's ailing you right now. Is that herpes breaking out and causing a little bit of, irritation? And do you want to meet your girlfriend down for coffee when you have a herpes outbreak? Well, let's get down and dirty like every other chat show out here. I guess we don't have a need for that.
At its very roots,
Yeah, I've been into tiny houses lately, and anything that looks like a really cool place to live. We watch tiny house shows on our show. That's been really interesting. But Truth Tuesday is really not dedicated to looking for tiny houses and watching videos. Although it is interesting. Truth Tuesday was originally designated to deal with the 9/11 attack. That's a cool one. I like the solar panels. This is one of the nicer ones ever made. This guy did this for materials alone, cost him $20,000. Isn't that amazing? You do have to buy property, yes, if you want to park permanently. Now, I just showed you a place last night on the coast of North Carolina. No, we're doing videos tonight, for sure. Yeah, please send links. But this is the big one that we're going to be dealing with tonight. We're going to start out with a 9/11 undeniable proof was a missile that hit the Pentagon. And this is General Stubbleline's position It's been re-edited into a full video, 12-minute video. So we'll be playing that tonight.
Huge explosion, great ball of fire.
Worried, especially when I was standing in front of the Pentagon that night, seeing one of our fortresses pried open by a missile.
A missile, did he say? So this goes into depth about the missile theory, which is another reason why we should continue investigating the 9/11 Commission report's accuracy. So expect that. A group of justice officials will be working on an oversight of the 9/11 Commission report's failure to include detonations, explosions in the analysis. It's a glaring probable cover-up. And it seems like a cover-up, looks like a cover-up, quacks like a duck, talks like a duck, whacks like a duck. It's a cover-up duck. I believe the Mossad did cause the Twin Towers. It was my first thought when I saw it go down 18 years ago. Man, I'm aging myself here. As soon as I saw it, I said, Sarah, this is the work of the Mossad. There's no other group that could pull this off in the world. So, and it turns out that there was a lot of Mossad activity at the 9/11 Commission, at the 9/11 World Trade Center attack. There were groups of Mossad agents with video cameras videotaping it on top of a van, and they were spotted. They were arrested too. They were reported and arrested and brought in and then released. And then they went back home and they laughed and they bragged about it on Israeli TV. That's significant. That little piece of information I just gave you right there is enough to open the case. More than enough ancillary information to corroborate that there was a cover-up. That in and of itself would lead us to a deeper scrutiny of who was involved. No one's been caught from 9/11. The truth is, not one person has been arrested. And even our Gina Haspel, our current director of the CIA, was involved in a torture session in which a man was waterboarded 68 times in order to extract some BS story that he somehow helped remotely his cousin who might have helped the 9/11 attack. Yet no one has been arrested, and bin Laden had nothing to do with it. We know from the statement bin Laden made at that time that he was not admitting he did it, he was just approving of what had happened. And to add insult to injury, the World Trade Center itself, the memorial, just recently had a Saudi Arabian statue erected, a sculpture celebrating something. I'm not sure what, candy? But this is a serious reality check for all of you Americans. We're living in a country that's so pluralistic and forgiving and, allowing for people, with the Democrats being so soft, that a sculpture celebrating Saudi Arabia has been erected on Ground Zero. You have been removed from the show. Never come back to our show. You are unable to actually comprehend what I'm saying. The statue represents Saudi Arabia as just one of 20 nations featured in the artist Lawrence Jenkel's Candy of Nations. Candy at the World Trade Center location where 2,000 some odd, 900 people died. Wow, candy. That's very appropriate. Shaped to resemble a piece of candy, the 9-foot-tall statue bears the kingdom's emerald flag emblazoned with the Arabic inscription, "There is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is the prophet." It was created by French sculptor Lawrence Jenkel in 2011 as part of a larger installation, Candy Nations, which depicts G20 countries as sugary delights and has since featured in over 25 countries. They're all displayed at the Oculus Shopping Center right now. Hurry. I believe January 9th was the first reveal. So this is your chance to go see the Arabic candy at World Trade Center location. There you go again. Now there you go again. We don't know where those planes landed, Mark. The ones that allegedly crashed, right? The plane that did crash into the World Trade Center was actually a military issue plane. It didn't have any windows. The photographs we have of it that seem legitimate show that it didn't have any windows at all. It was a bomb plane. And if that was what they tried to, hit the towers with that and allegedly started it, I believe the evidence of superthermite in the towers themselves by Rutgers has confirmed that, in fact, superthermite was at the location. That in and of itself shows that there was a detonation due to an explosion of some sort. Well, the thing is, it is odd that the Mossad would be there with advance notice that it was going to happen. That is a strange aspect. And there was also a group of Israelis who had conducted tests just a few weeks prior in one of the buildings involving a mannequin. And that's something that shouldn't be ignored either. I mean, that's a significant little detail. Israelis' presence there was strong. A gelatin bee thing, it was called. And if I have the video, it would show that they were actually working, and we have photographs of the gelatin, 9/11 gelatin, the bee thing. They were working in the tower prior, and it looks like they were carrying blasting caps. Yes, Bruce. Okay, we're on with Bruce, and we're going to talk about the possibility that we've got a situation where the planes hitting the towers could have been CGI'd. That's a common theory that has been pushed around the internet. What do you think about it, Bruce?
I was just wondering on your opinion for it, Dave.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question. I've seen photographs showing from another angle. There's a helicopter photograph showing no plane at all prior to the explosion that occurred at the midsection of one of the buildings. And I believe that was from another angle. And we also have footage of them being rushed away, the helicopter that was videotaping that. Like, you're in the wrong area, get the hell out of there. The footage doesn't reveal a plane, but does show the explosion. I think Scissorfight's seen that. That is evidence that we might have seen a CGI involvement from our angle, from watching TV. It's entirely possible that the planes themselves were CGI'd and this was just a detonation. But what I wanted to show you was the footage of the actual stacks of detonators that were actually located in this Gelatin Bee thing organization. Let's see if I can get a picture of it here. They had stacks of these things in the building. There they are. Okay, what do the mysterious cryptic notations of the following page mean? Let's see. Looking at this. Oh, I don't know what those mean, but I can tell you the stacks themselves, these boxes that were stationed, they actually trace to a series of detonators that trace to this organization. All I'm saying is that there's ample footage of this group, this art project group, in advance of the trade attack itself, having some foreknowledge. And this was a group of Israelis. All right. Anyway, I can't get...
My second question.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Find out about.
What's the last conspiracy theory that people have found out about? Like the most recent conspiracy theory?
Yeah, like when you dive down.
I'm sorry. Well, Bruce, I cut you off accidentally. Sorry. Well, when you look at conspiracy theories, you have to ask yourself, what is the end game? What is a conspiracy all about? Are they trying to actually, resolve a certain problem? The most likely problem that the world is dealing with right now is the large population. And sorry I cut you off there, Bruce. The large population that has evolved in the world, and you hear a lot of people saying, oh yeah, the world is too populated, we're going to have to get rid of people. You hear that a lot. What that is programming for us to accept that we're going to be losing a lot of people on the earth. That's not a good sign. And it's certainly not a healthy sign for a species to want to get rid of itself. So the people that are promoting this limits to growth idea, especially the Democrats, pushing for all kinds of legislation that's going to cost us a lot of money at the grocery store to deal with cap and trade legislation and things, their agenda is very similar to Agenda 2030, which is ultimately designed to get rid of 95% of our population. I don't believe David Attenborough is right about the Earth. Not at all. I believe that we're looking at this problem through a myopic glass that was developed by a bunch of rich people. If you look at the big picture, and I've talked to a lot of people who are leftists, who believe that distribution of wealth could bring back more opportunity for average people and level the playing field, that we might even have more opportunity with solving the environmental crisis when we stop looking at it as a for-profit solution-based system where we actually say, we've got to fix this. I don't care what the cost. Let's just throw our money there. Our government under Obama threw money at companies like Solyndra and Fisker Motors. $2 billion were wasted on those two companies, and we never got any results. We never moved in the direction of more renewable energy solutions for houses. We never did the due diligence, yet at the same time, we've got our own military, our own government. The Army Corps of Engineers were busy creating solar panels you can roll out on a rooftop. And it's like, wait a second. This is a perfect fit. Our government needs to get behind solar rooftops, and we pitch these things all the time on our show. Why don't we just use the rooftops that are created by the Army Corps of Engineers to create beautiful rooftop covers for everybody's house who's facing south, and create 30% backup energy for your house and a savings on your bill? This makes sense. I mean, this is the kind of virality that would help everybody save money, help our country grow because we'd be using less energy. Well, it turns out the Army Corps of Engineers has been making just this. Look at this. This is a stock film from Army Corps of Engineers making solar panels. So we just have to connect the dots here. That we can mass produce these solar panels and start a young civil conservation corps and start installing them on government buildings to start with. And CCC could be reborn in America, the Civilian Conservation Corps, that thing that helped our economy work really well, that FDR had created. Why don't we do this now? Great idea. What's stopping us? Donald Trump. He doesn't even think we have a climate change problem. He doesn't even think there's a drought in California. I mean, Donald Trump is completely lost on what's happening. But so are the Democrats. They refuse to acknowledge that we have a serious issue with aerial spraying of chemtrails. They won't come to grips with the fact that our skies are being polluted massively. Like this. Democrats won't talk about chemtrails. You'll never hear one of them talk about it. So they're becoming more and more irrelevant, these people. Yet we have a very big solution right here that they couldn't possibly put together under Obama's plan because he didn't even want to fund the development of a product, a simple product to go on top of our roofs. So this is a viable idea that time has come, and we should ramp this up. It's not socialism for our government to produce solar panels. Sorry. We can take the profit incentive out and get things back to you, the consumer, so you save money, we help build jobs, and we get a little kickback from the energy that you're saving on your electric bill. It's a win-win for everyone except the electric company, which makes money selling you electricity, not your solar panels. Well, therein lies the problem. Right, we talked about Donald Trump's small hands earlier. And even he talked about his small hands. And I don't really care to, elaborate on it.
He hit my hands. Nobody has ever hit my hands. I've never heard of this one. Look at those hands. Are they small hands? And he referred to my hands. If they're small, something else must be small. I guarantee you there's no problem. I guarantee you. All right. Okay.
Now, Stormy Daniels said that he had his small mushroom down there, so all I can say is I wasn't involved in their adulterous tryst. I didn't experience him spewing all over her dress like Monica Lewinsky. I have no knowledge of this experience. Joe, let me comb my eyebrows for you. Sorry, is that better? You're getting a little bit screwed up there in the head, Joe. I know, great presidential talk about his dick. Well, the thing is, now that you mentioned his dick, Slow Modes, thank you. I think it's important to know that we really could have a president right now with a sex selfie in the hands of Russia. There's every reason to believe that, and we're not talking about baby pics here. So, that being the case, it says it says sex selfie in the Trump file. That's one of the things in the list. Why would it be in the Trump file if it said sex selfie? Is it that hard to believe that Russia has something on Donald when Deutsche Bank has $1 billion leveraged credit against his assets? That maybe some of the people at Deutsche Bank that have done the money laundering with the Russian oligarchs are a little bit, concerned about the $1 billion investment, what I'm talking about? And of course, Mr. Putin can take this problem and make it go away for Mr. Trump if he gives good enough deal with making America's economy shut down. Are you that naive that you don't realize that somebody could be threatening our president with a government shutdown? Are you that out of it that you can't even comprehend that possibility? Maybe you're so far into this BS belief system that you've acquired from your programming that you don't even realize that you're not even in a free country. 125 years ago, you didn't have to ask permission from the government to collect rainwater, go fishing, own a property, start a business, build a home, get married, hunt, own a weapon, cut hair, sell a product, protest, or sell food. And what about those kids that are now being charged for cleaning snow out of a person's front yard? And they're being penalized. A young child, practically a toddler, was harassed by cops for shoveling snow for money, for a little extra money. Well, yeah, you can definitely not. You realize that nothing without being extorted by the government, obtaining their permission first. If you do still think you're free, yeah, you're deceiving yourself. You're just a free-range, human-loving, living on a tax farm. You're a free-range human living on a tax farm. You're thinking of you, Dave. I've spliced 4 videos together. At the ending, you will see me entering Las Vegas, New Mexico. Wow. Also, at the end of the video, Love's Truck Stop, Vegas. Wow. That's a fun place to hang out at 3 in the morning. Yeah, right on. Blue Raven's got a 28-minute video of his life. We'll play that tonight, man. Sounds exciting. We got lots of time to see the open road, and he's out on the open highway, which gives us a chance to experience what that's all about. That's cool. I like that. That's kind of raw and truthful. You're living a very elemental life there, Blue Raven. Right out there in the open highway in America. Cool. I might even throw some music behind your video while we're watching it tonight. Trump is specializing in distracting. I agree, Misanthropy. Good point. All I can tell you is the Republicans and Democrats could make all this go away right now if they just get together. Come on, everybody. Crown your brother. Everybody get together. Try to love one another right now. But be sure you're on the right side of the fence. So here is the fence, and it's going up whether you like it or not. So get with the program, Nancy. You got till the 30th to pull this off. I'd like to see this whole thing resolved by the 25th, but I'm not sure if that's going to happen. Well, I mean, I'm not going to get stuck in the middle here either. Whoop, I got sucked into the vortex. Weet, weet, weet. Warning, warning, warning. You are now in the vortex. Okay, here I am. Its shutdown makes no sense. It's a war of personalities, very, very lowbrow and very childlike. I think Schumer and Pelosi are acting like a couple of children in a kindergarten. And I think Trump is another kindergartner who's standing there going, I want my pension. If you can't get my pension. How can this guy even walk out and ask for money for this fence when he himself said that Mexico would pay for it? I mean, he hasn't even wiggled out of that lie. I want the fence built too. But I'm looking at this pile of crap. This is not a fence. This is a joke. Anybody can scale these in the back, stick rocks in them, and climb up like a wall. Each slat has a place for a rock. And there's plenty of rocks around the dirt. And you find the rocks, you stick it in there, and you got a ladder. And all you need is some tar paper, and you're over the concertina wire, and you're in America. I don't want people to do that. That's a lousy wall. I want a 1,000-mile container fence. Up, up, and away. Yeah, check that out. In my beautiful balloon. We don't go off on this one. There we go. Well, underground tunnels can happen, but every one of these containers is a diaphragm that we can pick up sound. And we can listen to vibrations with the most acute sound instruments that we can buy for only $29.95 on eBay. That's right, only $29.95. You too can have a motion detection system that will detect even the slightest motion, and sound and audio equipment that'll pick up the lowest transmissions. Yep. People raise rabbits for meat. Yeah, we know somebody who does that. They asked everybody while they're wringing the rabbit's neck, you want it for play or food? What do you want it for? And the little rabbit's got his head in its hands. You want play or food? Okay, play, here. It's like, oh, they must feel powerful, ripping the heads off those rabbits. That's a tough life, you know. Yeah, not many people want to raise rabbits and kill them every day. Unless, of course, you're a hardcore Christian who believe that the animal died in God's name and gave its life unto you, in which you have been destined to eat the carcass of that animal due to God's grace. I know. They kill rabbits all the time. It's sad. I would like to build a Save Our Rabbits Foundation, but I don't exactly know where to start. I think God would build a fence, absolutely, to protect the most beautiful nation of the world. Why not? We have a diamond in the rough here, folks. We've got people all over the place, Chinese, Russians, chomping at the bit to buy us off. And you've got a president with links to Russia. You don't see the problem with this picture? I mean, hello. And Donald Trump knows about my container idea, but he doesn't want to pitch it because he can't make money for his cronies in Russia. I wouldn't doubt he has friends that want to make money like yeah, I know that Cenex. Right. Cemex. Cemex has a contract with the fence. They're a Mexican company. So he wants Mexico to build the fence. He was literally true. He wanted a Mexican company to build the fence. Cemex has got a huge track record of failure. Look at what happened with that bridge they built in Miami. Remember that? They were doing a stress test on the bridge and it fell down, killed 6 people. You know, no one was charged with manslaughter in that case. Not one single person was charged, even though they were letting cars go through while they were hitting the side of the bridge. Can you imagine the stupidity, the lunacy of this whole thing? No one's been prosecuted for killing 6 people, and Cemex was involved. Who cares? Obviously you don't care. Zap cane, stun cane demonstration. That was pretty funny. We watched a guy. I started the show off at the pre-show saying, certainly there's some old people who need defense. And sure enough, we found a stun gun that actually up to 250-pound man can use it. And it's a stun gun. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? Has a little button on it to release the voltage.
Is turn it on and off position to the top position, and you'll see the red indication light comes on, and here's the trigger. Or you can
boom. And then you see this thing go off, and it has a stun gun on the end. Isn't that amazing? So you got this old man who's standing there going, "Oh, don't bother me, sir." Yeah, right, old man. Yeah, no big deal. And then boom. Look at it release information.
You can see it.
Yep.
Now normally you will hold the cane just one hand, and you use your index finger to turn on either the light or quickly switch the stun gun position, and you can just press it.
Isn't that amazing? Yeah. Do you want a Zap cane link? Does anybody need a stun gun cane for their grandma? If you don't have any needs, I won't give you the link. Okay. Kinky toy. Now, you're so off. Are you into that perverted world of porn? Okay. Did Barron Trump? No, I don't know. We don't know anything about Barron Trump. He hasn't said a word since he entered the White House. We haven't had one word out of Barron Trump's mouth. We don't know what he has to say. Like, not even, "Daddy, I want one of your fish fillets." Nothing. I know. Why do you think do you want this for your grandma, Misanthropy? Here's the link. It'd be a lovely gift for grandma. Grandma, I got you a stun gun cane. Huh? What? You're Captain Kirk of Star Trek. Blue Raven's on. And we've got Dark Sphere on too, and beautiful flat cat Fluffy. Dark Sphere is a very ominous character who has decided to hang out in the evenings and put his face on. There he is right there. And then beautiful cat Fluffy Cat is there. And Blue Raven is on his monitor and his laptop, and he's always moving, and he's rebroadcasting our show. FM transmitters used right there. See that? And he's broadcasting the show to a bunch of people out in Arizona who can barely hear anything. I don't know. Are you looking for a milder setting on your stun gun? I don't know. Check the video out. I know nothing about it. I just wondered if they made them. Anita, what do you have? Another child trafficking disaster show? Oh, did a 124-year-old book predict Trump's presidency and America's downfall? Wow. Huh. Let's take a look. This man claims to have it. We'll have a video like this tonight. In fact, we'll have this video.
Topic for me to talk about, so let's talk about it. You know, writers have always seemed to possess an uncanny ability to foretell future events through their fictional works. You know, books in the fantasies of some books, who some people in social media believe is a clairvoyant author who prophesied current US President Donald Trump's rise to power more than a century ago. And
yeah, I'll play it in our show. Thanks, Carolyn. I just don't believe this crap. It's all self-fulfilling prophecy. They could have been eyeing Trump for the presidency 100 years ago. Yeah, I mean, he seemed like a goofball who could do anything. When he hung out at Studio 54, people thought he was just, you know, the guy into group sex. They didn't know that he was totally manipulatable. Right. His days of romping around, doing whatever. Everyone knows what happened at Studio 54. Everyone knows that lots of drugs went on there. I'm not saying Donald is a drug addict. No, nothing like that. I thought so too. A acetylene torch would make short work of a container. It'll never work. Yeah, I added a little caveat to the containers. Each container will be armed with propane blast cylinders. If a torch gets near it, it will literally, on a timer, and with audio support, once motion detection kicks in, will literally burn the hell out of anybody that enters. And it won't be right away. A couple people will be in there, and then it'll just incinerate them. Yeah. Nice try, though. No, we've already pre-planned for that. The propane incinerators will actually take everybody. And these things will be tested out so that the container itself, the integrity of the structure will not be damaged. The infrastructure itself will remain solid, and we'll have to go in and look at the container and see if we have to salvage it We may have to pop a few containers out and bring a few in if we do have compromises, but we can also come back and create a fiber optic net on the inside. Every single container. So if there's ever a breach, we would feel it immediately, and we would know exactly where it is. A sentinel could be sent directly to that location by plane, like unmanned aerial vehicles. A drone containing a charge of C4 could actually take out whoever tries to enter our country. Do you want that? Do you want to keep testing me? I'll be glad to play this game if you want. David, are you 10% cyborg? No, I'm not. What makes you think I am cyborg? I talk like a human being, much like you. We can do anything. Claim more minds, you name it. Do we want to? No. No, I don't want to do that. But definitely motion sensors and the ability to hurt somebody really bad if they try to enter. Yeah, that's possible. And we haven't even talked about the invisible fence idea, which is a solid idea too. Using the active denial system, we could easily create something that is pretty safe and non-lethal.
All right, well, today is January 22nd, 2019, and right now at 9:40 a.m., we have a temperature of 57 degrees in the foothills of Los Angeles. The relative humidity is down at 17%. That's because of this high pressure being installed directly adjacent to this low pressure system right here. So we've got a complete blockade right here, which is preventing all this northbound tropical moisture. We can see that bouncing right off of this stationary installed high pressure. We've got...
No, the cost of propane cylinders are very low. That's one Pacific Redwood. And he's talking about this huge gap. Look at how LA is completely dehydrated. This is not the first time. He has hundreds of these videos where they dehydrate California, Southern California, and they make it so dry that anything can happen. A few more fires, you name it. Wow. And you're asking me if the cost of those items, no, propane cylinders are $4.99 right now on sale. The kind that would hurt a lot of people. And I don't want anyone to do anything dangerous to the propane cylinders, so be careful. Don't ever try to get near a propane cylinder. They can easily blow up and hurt you. Always follow directions. Well, it's not. They got rain last week, but they're trying to dry it out again. Baby Haya. Baby Haya. Rudy Lyerani. Okay. I don't believe every sperm is an abortion, Rudy. No, I don't believe that the government should rule over your sperm. Nor should the government tell a woman what to do with her body. Let God sort it out. When did you become God to tell people what to do with their body? Yeah. We want to know what the hell you're talking about, Rudy Lyerani. Well, let's be clear. Let's call this wall the Barack Hussein Obama wall. That should get the Trump to abandon this whole wall thing. I think it would work the opposite, Joe. If we called this the Barack Hussein Memorial Illegal Immigrant Wall, you'd get support from both sides. Yeah. Call it the Barack Hussein Obama Illegal Immigrant Wall. Yeah. We could get lots of birthers to go on with that one, yeah. And it might be a good overture to Nancy Pelosi, sell him as the Barack Hussein Obama Illegal Immigrant Wall. That's a great idea. I'm glad you came up with it. I'm going to use that if you don't mind. This is the negotiated solution we're looking for, folks. The Barack Hussein Obama illegal. Here I didn't even spell illegal right. Hang on. Un momento, por favor. Gracias. Sí. This is the Barack Hussein Obama Illegal Immigrant Wall. See, and if Trump named it that, we would get support from Pelosi. Seriously. So Donald, if you're listening, we got a very good idea. I never remembered that. No, I'm not fixated on Aleister Crowley misanthropy. Apparently your love of evil has taken you in pretty dark places. Yeah. So Joe Pesci is the guy who came up with this great idea. Thanks, Joe. Okay. The Barack Hussein Obama illegal immigrant wall. Okay? This is good. I am not dyslexic. Are you? You have been muted. Beep. This is a PC term. What are you talking about? Barack Hussein Obama illegal immigrant wall. I think that's great. I like the idea. What's not PC about this? The BHOIIW. The BHOI. Okay, what about this? What about the BO illegal immigrant wall? Would that be better? Short for Barack Obama? BO illegal immigrant wall. Would that be good? I like that illegal immigrant wall. Okay, let's do the illegal immigrant wall. We'll get rid of the BO, but now we lose the whole purpose. Because if we could name it after Barack Obama, we could get funding from Pelosi. How about the BS? No, I just like IIW. It's the IIW, the illegal immigrant wall. You think Nancy would like that? All right, whatever. I think we're done with this conversation. Back to the Russian plan to stop our government. It's working. Donald, oh, I have a call from Vladimir. Hold on, Ivanka, do you mind not rubbing my feet? Thank you. Yes, Vlade, I'm here. Go ahead. No, don't show the sex tape. No, no. What can I do for you? You want me to shut down the entire government? I've only had a partial shutdown. What do I have to do to make it a full shutdown? Does anyone know? What's his next move? What does Russia want Donald Trump to do now? What's his next move? Does anyone know? Okay. You want to do the Tony Montana accent? You're asking for a lot, man. You're a cockroach, okay? You're a cockroach. You stinking cockroach. Don't ever mention his name here. I don't care if he runs for Mr. Diarrhea. A guy who made a lot of money censoring me is not going to have his name in my show. Thank you. Today was the anniversary of the Kent State Massacre. And many people don't realize that it's trigger-happy National Guardsmen that led to the death of those poor young men and women. Was it 5 died in that event? Kent State. Yeah, the shooting was a terrible day. 4 dead in Ohio. That's right, from that song, 4 dead in Ohio. 9 wounded. The National Guard opened up on Kent State. Let's play a video from that tonight. This is a 5-minute and 33-second.
On May 4th, 1970, the Ohio National Guard opened fire on students protesting the Vietnam War, leaving 4 students dead.
That was May 4th, 19... You were wrong on the date. Today's not the anniversary. Are you kidding me, man? You're going to give me false information in this show? Okay. Okay. Say hello to my little friend. It's not a memorial, no. We're not. You got it wrong. Yeah, don't feed false information in the show. I can vet that in less than 3 seconds. I guess we've covered how plastic cleanup threatens the ocean's living islands. Come on, serious? I just couldn't believe this in the Atlantic today. I was like shocked. I was reading the Atlantic today and I came across this. Home to vibrantly colored tiny creatures, the ecosystems floating in the ocean's surface remain all but unknown. Imagine you're on a small boat in the middle of the open ocean, surrounded by what looks like a raft of plastic. Now flip the whole world upside down. You remain comfortably attached to your seat. The Abyss Tower is above you, and all around, stretching up to the water surface, is an electric blue meadow of life. What you thought was plastic is actually a living island. This meadow is made up of a diverse collection of animals. The most abundant are blue bottoms and by the wind sailors, with the bright blue bodies that dot the sky like the suns, and deep purple snails found in patches so dense, one scientist described collecting more than 1,000 in 20 minutes. Wow. This is the Newston, a whole ecosystem living in the ocean's surface. I once stumbled upon a raft of Newston when a storm blew at shore in California. Many Newstonic animals are vibrant highlighter colors. The sand was set, blah, 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 blah. You know, we don't want to in any way take out the plastic waste in the ocean because it's a protective habitat for the Newstons. Yes, the Newstons. Small nudie branches known as blue sea dragons and Newstons. I mean, they need to watch. You know, that's the thing. They're just taking anything and anything out of there. They claim the animals, the little fishies, can swim out of there. But it's true that all the plastic waste in the ocean is a natural habitat for little creatures. So don't you think it's better that we just leave the garbage patch, the Pacific Gyre, in the ocean and let it rot? This is the way the liberals think. You know, the Newstons will come right back once we get rid of the plastic waste, so it's nothing to worry about. I mean, we better not clean up the ocean because we could damage a habitat. All right. Kitty Boga. We'll do Kitty Boga tonight.
These guys are pretending to be Comcast. Oh, they're representing a scam already. But got him. Wow, that was good. That was a good joke, right?
Thank you for calling
Boom,
technical
roasted.
support. My name is Harry. How may I help you?
Yes, Harry, I'm calling about a Harry situation I'm having with my internet connection right now. It is like lots of problem.
Like internet connection in which, like in your mobile phone or in your like a desktop or laptop?
Yes, laptop, desktop. It is with Comcast. It is very hairy situation.
Okay.
How much will I have to pay for this hairy situation? Like,
I'm just let me just confirm. Then I'll just inform you about like what will the process. Okay. Just let me check it. Like.
So this guy does a really good job of trapping people into conversations who are trying to scam him. So we'll feature him tonight. Thanks for the link, Scissor Fight. Appreciate it. Mucho apreciado. Yeah. This guy is annoying. Well, who isn't annoying to you, dude? I mean, isn't everybody annoying to you? I mean, when you go to the market, doesn't everybody in line bother you? Hey, if you want to check out our show and have fun while you're doing it, you need to check out
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide.
We bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at coolrock.com and watch virtual chat, great music, and interactive news links.
Hey, that's just me playing with an AI system. Literally, you can play with an AI system and it gives you a response here. Wow, that was different. Hey, and we also have some harps. And we've got boxes and stuff you can move around. And up here, you can listen to Scissor Fight's music if you click on this link right here. He's got great stuff. Let me see if we randomly pull up Free Your Mind. Well, you've heard that before. And you can get to anything on there. We also have our YouTube channel where you can watch all our YouTube channels. I am the most prolific broadcaster in world history. As you know, we have over 20,000 hours of broadcasting available for you right there to watch. And down below at Cool Rock, we've got Mr. Doob. Pretty cool setup, all designed to give you a kind of a chance to unwind and doodle. Say you want to navigate the clouds, looking for chemtrails. Or maybe you want to make music with art. This thing has it all. It's amazing. It's just the funnest program ever. And then you go down here, you can explore America, check out California, gives you the full history. Any state you want, you got more things, jump back in time. You got lots of stuff on the site, America's Story from America's Library. And over here is all three sides of the news is covered. Senate to vote on dueling bills to end shutdown. The shutdown could finally end or not. That's from the left. So Center says government shutdown, day 32. Senate to vote Thursday and the first sign of congressional movement. And the right, showdown votes slated for Thursday. So everybody has a different perspective here. But Cool Rock in and of itself is a pretty interesting site I created. And I think I'm going to be adding something really cool to it eventually, which is like an explosion of all kinds of files that I was looking at the other night. If I choose to add it, we'll see. All right, that sounds good. Thought I'd share that information with you. So we'll look at that and that. We got lots of stuff coming up. Reveals about this conflict, the fake conflict between the Native American and the Concord, or the group of Catholic students. And then a man who supposedly they say looks like me. I don't know. This is a 3-minute neurological examination you can give yourself tonight. I'll put this in the lineup as well.
You focus in and look and see if they've got a droopy eyelid. And of course the small pupil is much better seen in the half dark than in full light. Then onto the lower face, silly grin, should be nice and symmetrical, and rapid tongue movements. Tongue out, like that. Patients usually find that relatively entertaining, except for the ones with a pseudo-barber palsy, tongue movement. It doesn't.
That's hilarious. I know what happened to my hair. I don't know. It's like, oh, I know what happened. It was, I had a contact with an alien earlier. I was abducted shortly by a small, feeble-minded alien in my room. No, I'm just kidding. They're intelligent people who realize capitalism cannot exist without socialism, to feed educated workers and highways to transport their stuff to ports. Well, I'm not disputing your socialist intent. Yeah, I don't. Do I kick you out of here because you're a socialist, a raging socialist? No. We have good conversations. You just think everything's all fake. You can print circles. I had crop circles in my hair. Dave, I think my boss's wife wants to bang me. Don't do it. It is adultery. It is condemned by God. It is, in fact, a mortal sin for you to do that. No one is just a socialist at this point. I never professed to be a socialist. There are a couple things about socialism I do like. You get incredibly free stuff. Yeah, I like free. Free's good. Yeah, you see the breakup of monopolies that are too big, and companies too big to fail, like GM. They should have been broken up. We lost on GM when we gave them $55 billion in bailout money in 2009. When they sold it back, they sold back about $35 billion. We lost close to $20 billion on GM. Obama lost $20 billion on GM. That's a lot of money. You could have built 4 fences like Donald wants to propose with that kind of money. We just handed to GM, we lost that money. Hybrid capitalism is not socialism. The government does not have an unfair advantage over other companies, but we can compete in the private sector. I tried to explain this to Milton Friedman, but he didn't have the mental strength to understand it. I never coined the phrase hybrid capitalism, but I tried to explain to Milton Friedman one day when I got into an argument with him that it was in no way we were in no way going to benefit from printed money. And this concept that Transcender is in love with, printing money and just letting it fly, you know, an endless supply. He doesn't take into account the zero-sum game that our country is playing. If for every dollar we extend in debt, we take a little piece out of every dollar in your pocket, and you have to pay more for products and services because of that. It's called inflation, and it's a terrible outcome to the monetaristic policies of Milton Friedman, which are still in play right now. Now, I'm more of a theoretician when it comes to economics. I believe that we could actually look at this in a macroeconomic way and say we can build new widgets. I'm old-fashioned that way. We haven't seen new widget production from the Democrats or Republicans in 50 years. Ever since World War II, we haven't grown any industries other than maybe the tech sector. But look at how Silicon Valley is now no longer a place for investment capital. Venture capital land is out in Singapore now. Go figure. I did argue with an old man. And right after I told him what was going to happen 30 years later, and sure enough it did, the collapse of our economy and this monetaristic expansion of our credit, right after I met him that day, he actually won the Nobel Prize for Economics. And his only answer to me on every single question I had was, the free market will solve everything. He kept telling me that. Every single question I positioned to him or posited, he actually said, the free market will solve everything. I said, that's your answer for everything? And he said, yeah. The man was a complete and utter nitwit. Had no complex thoughts in his head at all. Very one-dimensional, but he appealed to people like Alan Greenspan, so much so that Alan Greenspan, pretty much followed his trend to the nth degree and shut down the prime to zero. The prime rate went to zero. That's when all of our bank accounts became worthless to us. Most everybody in America who has a bank account gets 0.1% interest now, whereas the rich guys are still making 12% on average in the stock market. You see, we're rigged. It's rigged against us now. We are the sucking sound. We've lost everything. And these suckasses that work at Goldman Sachs and countless other white-collar crime centers are sucking the lifeblood out of our economy by printing money and ordering the printing of money. Do you know that Goldman Sachs makes 6% whenever we sell a treasury bond? And we don't print the treasury bonds here. They're printed at the World Bank. We have to buy it from them, and they put it against our credit and add it to our debt. We get the treasury bond valued at, say, $100 million. Goldman Sachs gets $6 million out of that just to handle it. Is that absurd or what? Why would we give them $6 million to handle a $100 million treasury note? This is how they've rigged it against the average person. And you know something? Greenspan followed Ayn Rand. And one of the most disturbing things about Alan Greenspan is his statement that he had made a terrible philosophical error lowering the prime to zero. He literally took a train, the Federal Reserve, rolling along at a decent clip and shut it down. Now everyone knows it's hard to get a train started when you dead stop it. It takes a lot of work. You need a lot of engines to get it going. Case in point, our entire economy. We don't have the engines to get this train going anymore. And the more they want to raise the interest rate to above wherever it's at, barely near zero, the economy, racks with all kinds of reverberations. Now, the Dow Jones has dropped over 300 points today on trading. 301 points it dropped. Yeah. Lots of swings back and forth with Trump at the helm, making ridiculous statements all the time and hijacking our economy. Yeah, well, you're listening to a Dow Jones at 2404 now, halfway below 25, and it had a pretty rough day. But what's interesting is this is a new uptick. Yeah, I didn't have this section earlier. They just added it. But the economy went down, 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 with the Dow dropping significantly, and then it slightly picked up again, and then dropped, and then it's right there. So we'll see where it goes tomorrow. Yeah, Greenspan is as deep state as it gets. You're right. And he himself admitted he made a philosophical error. Yeah, I would say so. You can't stimulate an economy when you don't have any playroom. The playroom there is pretty limited. There's no play. You can't expand the economy when it's so tight to zero. Let's talk about Ashkenazis, if you want. What do you want to talk about? They're nice people. I don't have a thing against Ashkenazis. I'm against the idea of greed, extreme greed, and it happens that Ashkenazis are extremely greedy. But what's there to talk about? We can't extract Ashkenazis from Donald Trump's cabal that he has implanted in the White House right now. You were raped by an Ashkenazi? Really? Donald will lose in 2020, especially if I run against him. But if he chooses me as his vice president, if they can't pull together an impeachment plan and he wants to run again, there's a very good likelihood that he'll win, especially if I'm at the helm as a VP. It's not about liking Donald Trump. It's about our national security. I still believe that Trump is being manipulated by Russia. It'd be hard-pressed to convince me otherwise. I've seen enough evidence on my own with the 32 indictments and the 16 felony counts by Cohen and Manafort alone, and the suppression of evidence by Mueller now claiming that the BuzzFeed story isn't true, that Donald Trump told Michael Cohen to lie about the Trump Moscow project. I don't necessarily think BuzzFeed's lying. I think Mueller is acting very strange. Why is he now supporting Donald Trump? Doesn't make sense. He's not an attack dog. Mueller is more of like a poodle waiting to get his hair trimmed. He's not an attack dog. We needed somebody who could go after this quickly to eliminate the threat. Our country is still under direct threat by the Russians. You think I'm kidding? It's nothing to do with Russia. It's actually a Zionist plot. It's nothing to do with the people of Russia. Ocasio-Cortez is one mark away from being mildly borderline you-know-what. She's not the smartest tack on the block. Let's just put it that way. I know. Russians contact you daily to shut our show down. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. We get people telling me that Russians are trying to stop me every single turn I go, everything I do. I'm getting Russian interference, censorship. They're doing everything they can electronically to stop us. David, you mentioned that Unity should give it in here. Okay. Los Angeles teachers OK contract will end strike. Yay. Okay, this is the end of the strike, folks. I think I helped. I told a lot of people that they had a good deal. They should accept the deal. They're not happy, but we stand with the LA teachers in their attempt to actually continue teaching. They've approved a contract deal between their union and school officials, ending a 6-day strike in the nation's second largest district. Although all the votes haven't been counted, the union said Tuesday, even giving the supermajority of its 30,000 members voted in favor of the tentative agreement. Good. Well, that saves a lot. I think when I mentioned today that everyone would be walking around 103 degree weather wanting to get on vacation this summer, kind of pushed it. It's like the more they take off right now, they have to make up by law at the end of the year. So all the kids they don't want to be spending more than 6 days over 1 week extra. Good. You're making those loaded tater skins? Go for it, man. I just told Jacket Pockets to buy 20 pounds of potatoes because then he'll never run out of food. You've got an actual fight at Forever 21 in Fontana? Whoa. At the Palm Court Shopping Center, there was two women going at it, probably over a scaled down item that they both wanted. I saw that first. You got 10 pounds? Excellent. Yeah, and you got to watch out because they will rot if you don't move them around. Keep them in a closet, yeah. But move them around, make sure you check on them, otherwise they can rot. Potatoes are your go-to food. Anybody who's looking to survive this apocalypse, you got to get at least a 20-pound, 10-pound, 20-pound sack of potatoes to have in the house. Rudy Lyerani has said, David, have you been to law school? I'm interested at least at your undergraduate education. I don't profess to have much of an education, Rudy. I have 185 IQ. I don't need an education. Here's a cop that gets hit in the face when this happens. Wow. Let's take a look. College only indoctrinates people. You know that.
That's fine, I'll hold it until we get here. No problem. Take you into custody and you're going to jail. Make sure your kids stay over there.
Yeah. Please tase him. I want to tase shit out of him.
Please tase him.
Everybody's still looking at their own building.
It's for her protection. Oh. Uh-oh.
Turn around and put your hands behind your back. I'm not going to let up. Turn around and put your hands behind your back. You can't have any someone here now. Put your hands behind your back, I said. Turn around. Turn around and put your hands behind your back. You do not hit the cop ever.
Hit a fucking woman. You don't hit a fucking woman.
Turn around and put your hands behind your back, I said. Turn around and put your hands behind your back. You're still going to get it. Turn around and put your hands behind your back.
This is cruel and unusual punishment.
No.
This is cruel. This is actually cruel.
Turn around and put your hands behind your back right now. Do as I say right now.
She keeps rolling the money. She's electrocuting him over and over again.
Hands behind your back right now.
Yeah, she nearly killed
Stay
her.
like that. Do not move until someone else comes here. Do you understand me? Do you understand what I'm saying? You never place your hands on anyone. Do you understand me?
Yeah, I know.
You stay like that until someone gets here. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Well, I think she drew a good picture. The multiple zaps of electric energy, really wasteful use of taser. Now, that what she just did would be illegal with my sensitivity training. What she just did is delivered a multiple series of electrical jolts to this man on a taser string. That would be illegal. That would be a cop violation. Anybody had videotaped with that cop would lose their job and never be hired again. No. She was right to use the taser once, not to continue hitting him with electrical jolts. She probably took 15 years off his life. I don't think she handled it right. She should have hit him with the gun before he even got close to her. As he was approaching her, she should have definitely zapped him at that point. That would have got him on the ground. Wait for backup. But don't keep hitting with electricity. I just can't believe that misuse of her power there. She should be charged with a felony. Have you ever been hit with his taser gun? If you haven't been hit with a taser gun, don't tell me, why did he first resist? Yes, I think psychiatric testing for law enforcement, and we don't even need to go to that level. We can just do a personality exam, Rudy Lyerani. A personality exam would be more than enough to determine whether they were a psycho or not. Yep. I agree with Trismegistus. What a name, Trismegistus. Well, I don't think she should have let him get it within 2 feet of her. I mean, that was... I have walked beat in a dangerous city, yeah, but I'm not a cop. My name's David. I'm not a cop. I used to live in Los Angeles, California, the city. My name's David. I'm not a cop. I've been through I've been in the roughest areas in the country. Yeah, he had hands crossed, loss of body control due to electricity. Seizing up, it takes a hard effort to not undo your arms when you've got 100 million volts going through your system. He's lucky he's alive. She just took 15 years off his heart. She just caused that man to die younger. She should be prosecuted. And I would prosecute her with the fullest extent of the law. They wouldn't get any federal money with the entire precinct if they continue to allow cops like that person on the force. No one should be allowed to continually hit people with electric jolts. That's insane. No, everybody who has electric shock gets a boner, Leonard. You didn't know that? I don't talk about that event because it's still in litigation. I haven't litigated yet. I'm keeping it an open-ended situation. I'm not really discussing anything about the swatting that occurred here. Never strike an officer, asswipe. I agree with that too. But she put herself in a vulnerable position. She was too close. She should have hit him with the jolt when he made that move. When a person gets within striking distance of a cop, jolt him. That's why I think she should have had the stun gun I showed you earlier. No, I only got swatted once, Leonard, but it was never recorded as a police incident. In fact, the person that I ran against in that election willfully went out of his way to try to suppress police evidence that occurred during that time period. There's a larger case involved here. Oh, it's weird. It's really weird. I'm not so sure the swatting was not an inside job. Because without presenting a police report and incident report, they don't even want to know it happened. Yet we have proof it happened. So it looks like a possible cover-up here. I'm still processing the data.
Good cop, bad cop.
Police and pepper spray can't stop a man with superhuman strength. Police tasers, right. I'll play that tonight too. I'm not going to get monetized for a cop training video. If she had the stun cane, he wouldn't have had a chance to punch her. That's right. So if our police officers are given the stun cane that I showed you earlier, that would have been very helpful. A standard stun cane or a cattle prod would do fine. I mean, why aren't police officers given a cattle prod? You don't get more than 10,000 volts in a cattle prod. When you're out on the North 40 and you got a couple cattle, you got to keep in line. You hit them with a cattle prod, and they move right forward. But it doesn't hurt them. They're not going to have a heart attack. Hey, you want to talk about how to handle with a cattle prod? Heck, one of my favorite stories was a cattle prod and 2 young calves. I mean, my goodness, what a bunch of frickin' sickos. Notice I have not said the F word ever. Frickin' sickos. I'm very careful to never say the F word. I'm just saying that was a misuse of police force. Every way I could see it, and a bad trained police officer who you never let anybody get within 2 feet. Oh yes, I know, Leonard. These shades remind you of Gucci's. I have no idea exactly the cost of these shades. As you know, everything I have is purchased at the thrift store or picked up off the street from a bag person. I live in a world of borrowed clothing and bag person donations. It humbles me to do this. Well, if you haven't seen the AA-12, you haven't seen firepower at its most powerful edge. Introducing the AA-12. Firepower for the 21st century. Yeah. There are a lot of things that have potential to defend yourself. Obviously, I don't recommend any police officer having the AA-12 because it can do a lot of damage. You know, it would make mincemeat out of a crowd of people. It would not be good. Yeah, you got to have a Class 3 license to have one. That's right. Hey, buddy, you know a lot about guns, don't you? The question is, do you feel lucky? Well, do ya, punk? Yeah. The AA-12.
I'd like to introduce you to a shotgun for the 21st century, the AA-12. I'd like to introduce you to... Now, there's a brand new grenade round, unique for the military. This amazing shotgun shell is the Frag 12. When the primer struck, out comes this beautiful little projectile.
For those of you who are a difficult time hearing the show, who read lips, that was one heck of a funny episode you just missed. Anyone who doesn't read lips missed some of the best humor I could deliver in one episode. Thank you, David. All right, that wraps up our show. Learn to lip read, dang it. I'm trying to teach everybody how to lip read so you can join the CIA and get a full career with good benefits, including medical and dental. I'm not a member of the CIA. I don't lip read, but you should learn. You only lip read jive talk? I'll give you some jive talk to lip read, mate. Don't give me no lip. Well, I guess this was a kind of a fun show. I try to assess my audience on their interaction, and I think you guys did a pretty good job. Yeah. You know, what I like about our show now is people are not spamming us and trolling us anymore. I have outweighted and outlasted. If this was Survivor, the internet, and I was, Jeff Probst going, "Come on in, guys," even though they're women, I would probably say, this has been one heck of a Survivor episode. I outlast all of the trolls. I have defeated every single one over 10 years. Nobody can stand up to this incessant ability to speak. That's what really makes me feel empowered. My ability to take out the trolls one by one. I am essentially troll proof. I'm not a troll, no. Mark hasn't kept the trolls out. Mark just isn't getting the funding necessary to troll us in this way. He can only throw out so much money now. I don't think he's getting $500,000 an episode anymore. The people that were funding him were realizing that we can't stop this guy. We're just going to have to deal with it. Yeah. You live under a bridge, but you're not a troll? Wow, bummer, dude. Let me ask you a question. Now, this is personal. You don't have to answer it, but how many of you are homeless right now? Press 1. So we had some homeless people. Dead baby fetus. Leonard Person, you're homeless? Oh my gosh. I had you for a millionaire, Leonard. I had you as one of those millionaire guys. Super Saber, you're homeless, but you've made $4 million attacking us. Are you in between hotel rooms now? And Jacket Pockets was for 2 years. Wow. And he told me his story. Thank you, Jacket Pockets. Well, folks, I want you to know that I don't want people homeless. I cannot call America great again when we have 5 million homeless people. I don't know what world the conservatives are living in, but we're not great when we have 5 million homeless people. I'm not after you, man. Relax. I'm not out to get you. So we have a name for the wall, the illegal immigrant wall. Okay. Right. I don't know what else to call it. The Barack Obama Memorial Illegal Immigrant Wall. That's hilarious. Thank you very much, Joe. Joe Pesci came up with this idea. It's dangerous to the current paradigm, yeah. I'm not asking anyone to give their life here. I just want everyone to know that this is a nonstop battle against people that are weak, rich, inbred, and have no clue as to how to lead this country. It's a waiting game. We just have to keep pushing forward with our strong ideas, and I will outlast them. I predict by 2088, my mainframe will be able to topple their entire plan. Yeah, the illegal immigrant wall. The IIW. We created a new name tonight. That was a major accomplishment. We created the IIW. If only Pelosi would get behind this would be great. What if we called it the Nancy Pelosi Illegal Immigrant Wall? Do you think then she'd fund it? Donald, I have a very good idea for you. We're going to call this the Pelosi Schumer Illegal Immigrant Wall. What do you think? Would that work? I think that might just pull it off, because these people really are like self-described rock stars in their own mind. Wow, you got to Regular Joe's YouTube channel when he ended up homeless? Oh man, that must have been a bummer. Yeah, I think they're using Mexico to buffer us from Honduras. Mexico's working on that. We actually allocated $10.8 billion for Honduras, Guatemala, and Mexico to have infrastructure built. The Democrats are more likely to build things with our money down in Honduras and Mexico and Guatemala than building a wall. So, but yeah, this is a good idea. Call it the PIIW. PSIIW. Pelosi Schumer Illegal Immigrant Wall. The PSIIW. Very, very good name. All right, thanks for coming in. We can't exactly stretch the night into the evening any more than we already have. But we will have videos on till 2 in the morning if you want to hang out and talk, political jab talk, whatever you want. I don't do that much banning, so feel free to extrapolate on your views. Many people around the world are not evolving, Leonard. You're homeless, and you're making fun of African natives living in mud huts who can't feed themselves. Dude, you're homeless. You probably are looking through garbage cans for half-eaten burgers. Don't even worry about those people in Africa. You got your own problems to deal with, buddy. Yeah. Thank you, old Irish rep. Appreciate it. Green butts. Nice. Why are you talking about nude pics here? I don't know if you're fitting into the show. Work on your rhetoric here, and then you can come back, Green Buds. Thanks. Yeah, well, many people don't have the constancy that I have. I have never missed a show in 10 years. I know, we've seen some mud huts from the primitive guys. They're cool. I actually saw a mud hut being built online, and they do a whole series of stories about it. You can, with your bare hands, a human being can go to build a mud hut, and he shows you how. You have to do a lot of things to get to the point where you can actually finish it off, but pretty amazing. You know, I use both. I use an electric shaver with an old NiCad battery in it that's still running since 1983. And I also use a Track 2 razor. I have unlimited refills. Yeah, patents that have blown your mind that have been bought off. You got a fully documented book, The United States Patents of Technology That Would Blow Your Mind. Wow. We're gonna put the book on cam? Wow. You've been looking for weird books. That's cool. Hey, we had a loss. Russell Baker, author and New York Times columnist, is dead at 93. Another one bites the dust. And another one down, another one down. Okay. Brilliant author. I've never read anything he's written, but Russell Baker ponders a reporter's question during a New York News conference when he was presented as a successor to host Alistair Cook for PBS series Masterpiece Theatre. The Pulitzer Prize-winning author and humanist Baker has died at the age of 93. Complications after a fall. That sucks, falling at 93 and then getting complications. But hey, thank you for your work and your intelligence. I haven't read what you wrote, but I'm sure it's brilliant. Thank you. Awesome. And the LA teacher strike is off. Good. Wonderful. Well, maybe we'll get things rolling next week. Or by tomorrow, maybe we'll see some progress. Who knows? Yeah, if you work for the New York Times, you're probably a piece of shit. Misanthropy, you're funny. But you might be right. I know. Think of all the propaganda people have written. You can go to any library like Howie did and read 1,000 books. If you really do believe that Howie did it. Yeah, I'm still debating whether he did it or not. But yeah, interesting. Okay, we'll pull the Russian plan down. We'll hope that the 1,000-mile container fence idea becomes Trump's newest idea, because Trump, if you're listening, you can steal my idea. I don't care. And we'll look at his existing crappy fence. And we'll sign off right in the middle here. A very exciting, wonderful, wonderful show, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, everyone. Signing off. Thanks for coming in. I'll be back tomorrow, but stay until 2 to watch movies. We'll be doing it. Yeehaw. And off they go.
Gonna make you feel good, gonna make you feel good, gonna make you mine. Gonna make you feel good, gonna make you feel good, gonna make you mine.
We deserve a better government, one that addresses the real concerns of its people. Now, it seems, so much news is fake, twisting what America stands for. Let's protect our gun rights against media manipulation. Let's get back to what really matters. Secure, safe schools, fencing, and security for our youth, and a clean environment for everyone. Join us nightly as we discuss America's most important concerns at America's Third Party.